Okay, so welcome everyone, and my name is Councillor Anna Bradnam, and I'll be chairing the Joint Development Control Committee today, which is Wednesday the 20th of November 2024. Other members of the committee are from the Cambridge City Council, Councillor Alice Gilderdale, Councillor Ingrid Flaubert, Councillor Porrer and Councillor Martin Smart. From South Cambridgeshire District Council, we have myself, Councillor Martin Khan, Councillor Peter Fain, Councillor Corinne Garvey, Councillor Richard Williams, and Councillor Tumi Hawkins is due to come shortly. She's been delayed. So we're quorate and we can make a start. So the first item is apologies, item 1 on the agenda. And we've received apologies from Councillor Bagent, from Councillor Thornborough from the city, both from the city, and from Councillor Simon Smith. And Councillor Gilderdale is kindly attending as an alternate. And from South Cambs District Council, Councillor Stobart has given his apologies, and Councillor Garvey is kindly attending as his alternate. So thank you very much to them for stepping up. So as Councillor Smith isn't present at this meeting, I'll be chairing the meeting, but could a City Councillor representative be appointed for the Vice Chair for the meeting in the event that any decisions require consultation with the Chair and Vice Chair? So do you have a nomination? Thank you.
Can I nominate Councillor Martin Smart?
Thank you. And do you have a seconder?
I'll second.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gilderdale. Thank you very much. So, Councillor Martin Smart, Vice Chair for the meeting. Thank you very much. So, the officers permanently at the table are our delivery manager, Philippa Kelly.
Good morning.
Our legal advisor, Keith Barber. Our committee manager, Sarah Steed. And our producer, Dan Kelly.
Good morning.
Thank you very much. Okay, so copies of the agenda can be found on the City Council's website under committee meetings, minutes and agendas. The next part of my script is going to be fun. Please try to refer to page and paragraph numbers within the agenda if you're referring to a specific paragraph or plan. I will ask you to do that within each agenda item, but for reasons which will become apparent, this might be quite fun. So the process for considering the planning applications will be that firstly the planning case officer will present the proposals and give an overview of the key issues as set out in their report. Then registered public speakers will be invited to have their say, and we have the representatives of the developer in the room. There will be 3 minutes for those speaking in support and 3 minutes for any speaking against, although I don't. Unless I have advised otherwise. The committee manager will ring a bell when the 3-minute time period has passed and public speakers are unable to join in with the councillor debate. The committee will then discuss and debate the item and may ask questions of the case officer. At the end of the deliberation, I will ask members to vote on the officer's recommendation by a show of hands. So, moving on to item 2, could councillors advise if they have any declarations of interest and also identify which application their declaration relates to? There are none. Okay, thank you. So item 3 is the minutes for the meeting on the 18th of September 2024, which have been submitted to this meeting for approval. So can those minutes be signed as a correct record? As an accurate record? They're at page 3 in our agenda. Is everybody happy with those? Okay, I'm going to take that as everyone's happy and no one has any objections. Right. Thank you. What's the date today? 20th. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. So, moving on to the next item, which on our agenda was originally the first of the substantive applications. As chair of this meeting, I'm exercising my discretion to alter the order of items on the agenda. And I'm just going to go briefly through to explain. We have received very helpfully from the officers and through Sarah an amendment sheet which we received by email. So the order is determined by what needs to be in place before the next item can be agreed. And so you'll see that we have, in our packs, we have various items, one of which is the reserved matters for the remaining 332 homes on the original outline. That we also have a full application for an uplift of 91 homes. But in order to approve those, we have to have the associated increase in the S106 delivery agreed first. So each of those require additional amenity space, and in this case, sports space. But in order to have that, we need to have appropriate parking for that sports space. And we have the community garden to consider as well. So the order in which we're going to look at these, which appears slightly interesting, is firstly our original number 6, which is the additional car parking at the Plains. Then our original number 7, which was the additional sports pitches and tennis courts at the Plains. Then number 5, which was the community garden. And then we can come on to look at the substantive matters of the reserved matters application for the 322 homes. And then the full application for the uplift of 91 homes. Which is why I was saying it was going to be fun to be referring to page numbers. But you've got a paper agenda in front of you. And we will use the page numbers because, of course, they won't change, but it'll just be in a slightly different order to normal. However, I'm now going to hand over to our case officer, Kate Poyser, to explain that in more detail. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. But to begin with, I will just advise you that there are additional officers that will be with us today to help support with answering questions. And that will be our urban designer, Sarah Chubb, ecologist, Daniel Weaver, and from Cambridgeshire County Council Transportation, we have Tam Parry, Hannah Seymour Shove, and John Finney from the County Highways. All members should have received an update amendment sheet yesterday. If there are any matters members wish me to go through before we start presentations, please let me know. I will, however, give further explanation of the relationship of the applications to each other and the reason for the order behind the applications, as has just been described. My first presentation will be a general overview of the Marley Phase 3 proposals, putting the 5 applications into context and clarifying their relationship with each other, and then we'll go through the individual applications. So I just prepare that presentation. No, wrong one. My apologies, let's get the right one.
Councillor Smart.
Sorry, Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm being a bit thick, I think. I think I ought to just, I don't really understand the order.
Okay.
So you've said an order which I think was 6, 7, 5, and then I didn't know numbers after that. But on the amendment sheet, it seems to go 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
No,
but then there's these letters, I don't know what they
yeah,
mean.
exactly. What I'll do, might be, Kate will explain. Yes, I think we'll just, it's our original item number 6, first, which is, if it's helpful, it's the, I'll just give the brief part of the, it's the 3837/S73. Yeah? It's the S73 for the parking. Okay? The next one is our original number 7, Councillor Khan. Yeah? Okay. Which is at the 4931 REM additional sports pitches and tennis courts. Then number 5, which is 4935 full for the community garden. And then our original item 4, which was the 4930 reserve matters for the 332 homes, and then 8, which is our 4936 FUL for the uplift of 91. Okay? All of which Kate will go over again. So it's always good to hear things 3 times. So.
Okay, I'm just preparing the presentation, trying to get it the right one on the screen for you. And I'm not getting the right one, I'm getting the wrong one. Okay. I've got that one open, I'm going to share that one, but I'm just sharing that screen instead of this screen.
Share. Then what to click on that screen? Yeah.
That one.
No,
that one. Right, we're there. Sorry, apologies for that. Oh, why is it not making it bigger? Right, got ya. I just got to swap my screens over and then it will hopefully be right. Here goes. There we are, we're there. Sorry about that, folks.
Well done. Thank you for pursuing it.
Right. Today we are considering a suite of 5 applications which together amount to phase 3 of the Marley development. This initial This initial presentation is an overview of the suite of applications and will be followed by individual presentations for each of the applications. Outline planning permission was granted for up to 1,300 homes, primary school, food store, community facilities, open space, landscaping and associated infrastructure and other development in 2016. The vast majority of the site lies within the administrative boundary of South Cambridgeshire District Council. A thin slither of land on the western boundary lies within Cambridgeshire City Council boundary. Due to this, a second outline planning permission covers the part of the site within Cambridge City, hence the second description on the screen. Here is the Marley site. It lies to the north of Cambridge City Airport and Newmarket Road, wraps around the Newmarket Road Park and Ride, Barnwell and the Fison Street Estate lies to the west and the village of Fenditon to the northwest. So the overall Marley site is the blue boundary and the phase 3 is the red boundary. Just for clarification, the administrative boundaries between Cambridge City Council and South Cambridge District Council is shown by the blue line. The small section of the Marley site within the Cambridge City boundary lies within the indented area. If if I just go over to a pointer. Here we go. This area here. It lies within the indented area between Fyson Road Estate and the works. Oh, just to go back to that previous screen, to clarify, the Cambridge Local Plan 2018 and its policies will apply to the thin strip of land, this area here, and the South Cambridgeshire Local Plan 2018 will apply to the rest of the site. Each local plan only carries weight to the land within its boundary. Phase 1 is divided into sub-phases 1A and 1B to the north and east of the site. Phase 2 is the central area. Both of these have detailed planning permission and are either built or under construction. Phase 3 is the subject of the current applications and lies to the west. Most of the services and facilities of Marley, such as the community building called the Hangar and a supermarket, lie to the south of the site, adjacent the park and ride. The proposed sports field, called the Plains, is to the northwest. It is noted that the land labelled Motor Group land received planning permission for redevelopment of the car dealership at the JDCC meeting of the 16th of October this year. A design code for Marley was approved in July 2018. This sets out the design parameters for the development of Marley. Included within this document is this density plan. It shows a lower density to the north, which mostly falls within phase 1. A medium density is shown by blue and is referred to as the town, and higher density closer to Newmarket Road and shown in yellow, which is referred to as the city. The town, medium density, and the city, higher density areas apply to phase 3. Pre-application advice was sought for Marley Phase 3 and negotiations have continued throughout the planning application stage. It is considered that concerns raised at an early stage, including those from the Cambridge Quality Panel, have largely been taken on board in a revised scheme. The next two slides show the site plans for the suite of applications being considered today. The red line shows the site of the 332 Reserve Matters application. This is the remaining number of dwellings approved under the outline planning permission and will bring Marley up to the approved number of 1,300 new homes. The blue shows an uplift of 91 dwellings. This is above and beyond the number approved by the outline permission and is therefore a full application. This is shown in 8 groups to be integrated within the 332 Reserve Matters dwellings. The yellow shows the location of a proposed community garden. This is an alternative proposal to that originally attended here, replacing tennis courts and allotments in favour of a community garden. The orange, the tennis courts being located elsewhere, which I will come to in a moment. The orange relates to works to Newmarket Road to improve the cycleway stroke footpath provision. However, this is a form of application determined under delegated powers and is not being considered today. The second slide shows in orange, or the paler red, the location of the proposed additional sports provision within the plains and the relocated tennis courts required due to the uplift of 91 dwellings. The final application, shown in red here, is a non-material amendment to the existing reserved matters approval for the sports field. It relates to further car parking spaces required due to the additional sports pitches. This slide shows the combined sites of the total 423 dwellings, that being the 332 plus the 91, and gives an overview of how the affordable housing is distributed throughout the site. The yellow being private, the red being shared ownership, and the blue being affordable rent. Now, this is where I explain the order and the relationship of the applications. This slide shows the combines. This slide illustrates how the 5 Marley applications being considered today are related. At the centre of the Marley Phase 3 scheme are the reserved matters and the additional 91 uplift. These 2 applications amount to a scheme of 423 homes. The proposal for 91 dwellings needs to be a full application as it goes beyond the number of dwellings allowed under the outline permission. The additional 91 homes generates a requirement for additional sports provision. This is being provided in the Plains application, feeding in here. The additional car parking to serve the sports pitches is provided within a Section 73 non-material amendment application. The infrastructure, including roads, for the 91 uplift, is provided in the 332 reserve matters application. And then the community garden application contributes towards the open space and allotment stroke community garden and biodiversity requirements of the overall Marley development. So the order of determining the applications is relevant. Much thought has been put into this, and an amended order to that shown in the committee reports is now recommended. The additional sports pitches are required to make the uplift of 91 homes policy compliant. If this is not accepted, then the uplift in dwellings would not be policy compliant. The additional parking supports the additional sports pitches. The determination of this application may affect the consideration of the additional sports pitches. The community garden provides some of the open space, biodiversity, allotment stroke community garden provision for Marley generally. The reserved matters application for 332 homes provides the necessary infrastructure, including roads, for the 91 uplift, as the 91 uplift application only includes the residential plots. Without this being approved, there would be no infrastructure being proposed for the 91 homes. Lastly, the application for the 91 homes uplift will be considered. And that is the end of my general overview presentation. And then the individual applications will have their individual presentations next. I don't know if you wanted to ask questions at this stage.
That's fine, thank you. So I hope now you've understood why we're taking the applications in this order. Thank you very much, Kate, for that very clear and very measured explanation, and for the flow diagram, which is extremely helpful. So we'll move on to the item which was originally labelled, bear with me, yes. It was originally labelled 6, which is the additional car parking. It's the S7, actually, hang on, that's not quite right.
24, Section 73 application. This one.
Yes. Okay, so we're over to Lawrence Moore then.
Good morning. My name is Lawrence Moore. I'm a Senior Planning Officer working for the Greater Cambridgeshire Planning Service, and today I'm here to present 3 of the 5 applications pertaining to Phase 3 of the Marley development. These applications consist of a Section 73 application for parking arrangements serving the Plains playing fields, a reserve matters application for additional sports provision and the relocation of tennis courts, and a full planning application for the provision of a community garden and shared cycle pedestrian route between Marley and Jack Warren Green. As explained earlier by my colleague Kate Poyser, and as shown on screen, these applications are interrelated, however, have each been assessed on their own merits. To begin with outlining the amendment sheet, the amendments to this application, 24/0387/section/S73. The amendments to the text include paragraph 1.8, that the notifying that the overall area allocated for parking has been increased.
Lawrence,
Yep.
sorry to interrupt you, but Councillor Dr. Toomey Hawkins has just been able to join us. So would you start again so that actually Councillor Hawkins can vote on this? Because obviously if she hadn't heard from the beginning, she wouldn't be able to. I will just say, Councillor Hawkins, we've reordered the items on the agenda to make them more understandable from a planning point of view. So I will just run through for you, Councillor Hawkins, the order that we'll be looking at them in is the original item. Sorry, do you want to make a note, or I'll wait for you to be ready, just so that you can understand? Just this one. Introduce this one first. I wanted to just do it so that you can understand the order. Yes, Councillor Porra.
I was just noting on the amendment sheet, the paragraphs don't seem to match the paragraphs in here, but I don't think it matters because the information is still there.
Exactly.
But yeah, so under the /73 one, it's got paragraph 5.7, 5.14, 5.16, but they're not in this application. I think it refers to the 6-point ones. So I'm taking them as the principle is fine. I just wanted to know that.
Thank you very much for alerting us to that. Councillor Hawkins, are you ready? So just to clarify, you've unfortunately just missed Kate Poyser's wonderful introduction, so I will just briefly summarise it again for you. No, don't worry, it's unfortunate. So we're looking at an application for the remaining 332 houses, 332 houses on the original application. Thank you. And members, the lights will continue to flash, so that's normal. Sorry. So we're looking at an application for 332 homes, which was our original number 4, and an uplift of 91 homes, which was our original agenda number 8. But we're looking at those last because the uplift in homes requires an increase in the amount of amenity space provided on the site as a whole, and that amenity space also requires additional car parking. So we're considering, firstly, what was our original item 6, which was the original car and cycle parking for the planes, to support the next item, which was originally our item 7, which was the 4931 additional sports pitches and tennis courts at the planes, and then 5, which is the community garden that provides the amenity space for the additional occupants. And then, if we have those in place, then we're in a position to consider the 322 homes, which were the remainder from the original outline application, to bring it up to 1,300, and an uplift of 91 homes. So we're doing them in the order that it makes sense. So, thank you, members, for being patient with me about that, but it only felt fair. Right, so Lawrence, please would you go back and start again so that Councillor Dr. Hawkins can hear what you're saying.
Thank you, Chair. To reiterate, I'm here today to present 3 of the 5 applications pertaining to Phase 3 of the Marley development. These applications consist of a Section 73 application for parking arrangements serving the Plains playing fields, a Reserve Matters application for additional sports provision and the relocation of tennis courts, and a full planning application for the provision of a community garden and shared cycle pedestrian route between Marley and Jack Warren Green. As explained earlier by my colleague Kate Poyser and as shown on screen, these applications are interrelated, however, have each been assessed on their own merits. The amendment sheet outlines some updates to the report for this application. Paragraph 1.8, just to clarify, the overall area allocated for parking has been increased to cater for the additional cars and retain 2 coach parking spaces. Paragraph 5.7, the applicant has resolved the objection received from the Highways Officer through the provision of further information, and the objection has been formally removed. Paragraph 5.14, the Sustainability Officer provided no objection and no recommended conditions. Paragraph 5.16, the Ecology Officer provided no objection and no recommended conditions. Paragraph 11.11 to 11.12, the proposed condition pitch flexibility has been removed from the proposals. Through discussions with the applicant and Sports England, the condition was deemed too restrictive, and given the laying of sports pitches is not considered development, the type and size of playing pitch provided can be altered without the need for planning permission at any given time. It is important to note that the existing Condition 8 playing field management and maintenance scheme shall be retained and applied to this or any subsequent permission to ensure the playing pitches are effectively managed, whilst Condition 7 restricts the use of the playing fields to outdoor sport only. There were no amendments to the recommendation or to conditions for that application. So the first application I'm presenting you today is application reference 24/03837/S73, which seeks to amend the parking arrangements serving the Plains playing fields. This is an officer-led approach which seeks to provide more appropriate parking arrangements serving the playing fields. The consented layout allowed for 6 coach parking bays and 5 car parking spaces. Upon further discussions with the sports and recreation teams at both councils, and in light of proposals to remove the park and ride adjacent to the site, it was agreed that the existing parking arrangements serving the Plains would be insufficient to cater for the expected level of sports provision at the site, which is being enhanced via application reference 23/04931/REM, which is the following item on today's agenda. Furthermore, it was realised that sports clubs outside of the professional or semi-professional realms may not be financially capable of organising coaches for junior sport matches, and so it is understood that less coach parking is required. It was then agreed to amend and extend the parking provisions along the Sanderson Way access road to allow for the provision of 2 coach spaces, 5 disabled parking bays, and 30 car parking spaces, which has been deemed acceptable as an on-merit assessment. The application is not subject to any outstanding objections following the applicant's willingness to resolve the objection received from the Highway Officer, which has now been subsequently removed. Supportive comments from the County Transport Assessment Team and the Council's Housing Strategy Team, now shown on screen, give further support to the identified need for additional parking capabilities serving the Plains. I'll just go back to the previous slide. If it wasn't clear, we have the existing visitor parking situation on the left and the proposed parking situation on the right, showing the slight extension to the parking area, the coach bays down here to the south, and the 30 vehicular bays here, and the 5 disabled bays are included adjacent to the pavilion, which is just north. Additional conditions pertaining to cycle parking, parking restrictions, and hard and soft landscaping will ensure an acceptable scheme with regards to character impact, active travel arrangements, and security of the site. An informative shall be offered to ensure the applicant is aware that car parking bays can be amended to coach parking bays on an ad hoc basis in the event that additional coach parking is required, as this does not constitute development. On balance, there may be a marginal degree of visual harm from the extended hard standing required to facilitate additional parking. However, this is considered to result in limited to no impacts on landscape character, given the presence of the existing access road, the consented parking layout, which is only being subject to a minor material change, and the developments adjacent to the site. The benefits associated with the scheme include additional car parking to offset any residential amenity impacts which may be caused by informal parking, which may result from insufficient parking capacity. Another benefit includes the introduction of disabled parking availability at the planes, additional cycle storage of 10 spaces to be dealt with via condition, and retention of 2-number coach parking bays twinned with the ability to use the allocated car parking for coaches on an ad hoc basis. Taking these considerations into account, the officer recommendation is to approve this application subject to conditions and variations to the existing Section 106 agreement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lawrence. I just have one question on the conditions that you've helpfully put in a table. On our page 194, condition 31 refers to the cycle parking, and you've all the way through here said it's 10 additional spaces in addition to the previously planned, I think it was 650. But I just wanted to check, in the condition it says prior to the first use of the playing fields, details for 10-number cycle parking spaces shall be submitted. But it means an additional 10, doesn't it?
Yes, an additional 10.
Okay. I just wondered if we needed to say that in the condition.
That could be amended if required.
Okay, thank you. One other point is that in the, also looking at that table, in the condition, it's condition 11, which is on our page 188, looking at the landscape management plan, it refers to maintaining and replanting trees after 5 years. But on the community garden provisions, it undertakes a 10-year replanting scheme if the trees fail. Sorry, I haven't said that very well, but what I mean is that in the community garden, if in the 10 years from planting, if a tree fails, they will continue to replant for 10 years. Whereas here, it's only for a period of 5 years. And I just wondered if we could formalise that at 10 years so that all the landscape management is the same for the whole estate.
So while I understand that request, that condition pertains to the reserved matters application previously consented.
Okay.
So the only additional conditions we are considering are from condition 30, 31, 32,
Okay.
and then 33. The rest are extent.
Are carried over from the
Yes,
original.
from the
Okay,
previous
thank you very much
permission.
for clarifying that. Okay. But yes, the other one you were going to make it clear that it was plus 10 spaces. Right, members, any questions? Yes, just having clarified that. Would you like to come and speak? Oh, sorry, we need public speakers first. It was. Depends what your question is. Yes, we need public speakers first. Sorry. Okay, my mistake. We need to have our public speakers in, and then we can go to debate and questions afterwards. Sorry, it was me getting the order funny. So. Thank you very much. So we've got Will Cobley and Henry James coming to speak to us about this element. Thank you. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, gentlemen. So you'll get 3 minutes to speak, and we'll alert you if it looks as if there's any danger of you going over that. When you're ready.
Good morning, members. My name is Will Cobley, and I'm a Chartered Town Planner and Technical Director at Tor & Co. I'm accompanied this morning by Henry James from Hill Marshall. This Section 73 application seeks to increase the proposed parking provision at the Plains to provide 30 car and 2 coach spaces in place of 6 coach spaces. It also proposes upgrading 5 existing car parking spaces near the Plains so they are suitable for disabled users. The application has been made in response to requests from officers to help support enhanced sports provision at the Plains. The proposal also recognises the likely impact on nearby parking provision that will result from the proposed relocation of the new Market Road Park and Ride facility. Alongside this provision, the application is also providing 10 additional cycle parking spaces, which will be secured via condition. The application is now supported by Cambridge's Transport and Highways teams following the submission of additional traffic data. The proposal to provide additional parking fully accords with the outline permission, approved design code, and adopted planning policies in South Cambridgeshire Local Plan. We hope that you are now able to support your officer's recommendation to approve this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so, right, members, do we have any questions? Oh yes, sorry, I'm getting things in muddle. We're getting there gradually. We've got online Councillor Hoffman. Did you wish to speak as local member on this, Councillor Hoffman?
Both probably, yes. Yes, thank you. My question is, I can see you've put measures into, okay, when the park and ride goes, I'm pretty much sure that members of the public will try and park in those spaces, travel into town, for instance. Also, 30 spaces, great, fantastic. But if all the pitches are full, you've probably got 50 people as well as supporters. What measures have been put in place to stop those additional cars parking in Marley development itself? That's my concern, because if they can't park, if the coaches and the 30 car parking spaces can't take the 50 people that are going there, the natural thing for them to do is to park within the development. So has any provision been made for double yellow lines or residence parking only within the development itself?
So, Lawrence.
From the Marley Design Code, it's outlined that the entirety of the Marley site is to be a controlled parking zone, CPZ. So whilst the...
Point of order, Chair, sorry. Are we answering questions from speakers? It seems unusual. We don't normally do that.
Public speakers, the committee will then discuss and debate the item and may ask questions of the case officer. I said that in the introduction.
No, I may be getting confused with city planning, but normally we have speakers and then we have debate. We don't normally engage speakers and council officers in terms of asking and giving answers to questions.
I am a district councillor rather than a member of the public.
Yeah, no disrespect. It's just you're not on this committee.
Councillor Smart, Councillor Hoffman is the local member for the area. It's reasonable that she asks a question and seeks clarification. That's my understanding.
So the officer can address that issue by confirming.
Thank you. So, Lawrence, would you like to respond?
Again, to reiterate, from the Marley Design Code, the entirety of the Marley development is to be subject to controlled parking zone measures, also known as a CPZ. And so whilst there aren't double yellow lines and formal parking bays at the current time, these will be dealt with prior to completion of the development. I'm unsure of the triggers, but I am aware that the site is to be fully encompassed by a controlled parking zone.
If through you, Chair, thank you. If I can just confirm that the position with regard to unauthorised parking will be kept under review by the County Council, and should it be determined that there is an issue, then we'd be looking to move forward the controlled parking zone arrangement. So there is provision in place to respond to Councillor Hoffman's concerns in due course, should that be an issue in time. Thank you.
To clarify, I'm assuming that was the sum of your queries, Councillor Hoffman.
My queries regarding this specific application on
Exactly.
behalf of the residents in Marley is this, yes. Thank you.
Exactly, thank you. So you had finished speaking and we asked the case officer to answer that query, which is not unreasonable. Okay, so members, did you wish to raise it? Councillor Dr. Toomey Hawkins.
Thank you, Chair. This is to do with the parking. Yes, it's good that we've got additional.
Councillor Graham Cohn has just arrived, who is the other local member for Marley.
Oh.
So
Yes,
although he hasn't had much chance to gather his wits, can I just ask Councillor Cohn, did you wish to speak on the application which refers to the revised car parking at the Plains?
I don't, Chair, but thank you for asking.
Okay, thank you. That's fine, we'll come to that. We're coming to that in due course, thank you. And just to explain to Councillor Cohn, we have taken things in a different order to that which is on the agenda, which is apparent. So at the moment, we are looking at the S73 application, which is 387 S73, which is looking at the car parking at the Plains. Okay? Sorry, back to you, Councillor Dr. Toomey Hawkins.
Yes, quick one really. I was just wondering, because now we've got additional parking spaces, and of course, if we've got people coming from outside the area, I see that there's nothing about potential EV charging points at those parking spaces. It might be that even the coach might want to recharge if it's an electric vehicle. Are there any provisions, or have we thought about that? And could we look at condition 17?
We can ask Lawrence. I looked at this area on the site visit, and it's not obvious to me that it would necessarily have power, but we can ask Lawrence whether there are EV charging points there.
It's not usual to have visitor parking bays equipped with EV charging. Condition 17 mentions prior to the occupation of each individual dwelling, the proposed electrical vehicle slow charge wall box serving each unit. So that is for a residential situation. We haven't opened a discussion on the point of EV charge points along that line. I think it would be a discussion required with the applicant. Yeah, I don't know if there's necessarily a local plan need for electric vehicle charging points at visitor parking bays.
Thinking of the future now.
Yeah, I understand.
That's potentially going to be required in future.
But I can't see a requirement for that now on visitor bays. Otherwise, the likelihood is they'd be integrated throughout the scheme. So what I've presented is compliant with policy TI3, and it's a thought that is understood and heard.
Can I come back, please, Chair?
Yeah.
A wish list, an ideal, if you're listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Porritt?
Thank you, Chair. I absolutely support Councillor Hawkins' suggestion, maybe an informative, just because I think that is people are going to be using electric cars in the future. So at least passive charging might be sensible to future-proof it, but I appreciate we can't enforce that, but I hope the applicants are listening. Just want to check the hard standing, obviously there is some additional hard standing. Is it going to be kind of the Green Creek kind of equivalent, or I know there's something where the water could go through it, or will it just be hard standing? I'm guessing we can't impose that, but I'd just be interested.
We have a condition on for hard and soft landscaping, which has been suggested by the landscape officer, so those details will be dealt with post-decision.
Might be at least flag in that condition. It would be desirable to have something that is less hard and more soft, subject to be able to take the weight, obviously, of the cars. Thank you.
My observation is that it actually needs some reinforcement in order to take cars. So actually, I think some future reinforcement with grasscrete or whatever would be helpful. The other point, I just wanted to check whether this, and I know we have the county transport officer here, I just wanted to check whether this assertion that nobody comes by, or not very many people come by coaches is correct. I imagine because this is likely to attract, the provision currently only has 2 full-size pitches, but it would have 5 junior pitches. And in my experience, that does involve quite a lot of children and parents, you know, coming along. And I just wanted to check whether that is going to be, whether that's correct, that they come by car, not coaches, and whether there's sufficient provision there.
So through discussions with the sports and recreation teams at both councils and the community development officers, it was appreciated that junior teams, of which there are 5 pitches associated from this scheme. So the consented layout was for the equivalent to 2 senior pitches and 3 junior pitches. We've got 2 additional junior pitches proposed. It is as outlined in my report, clubs at that scale struggle to afford coaches. Now, we've retained 2 coach spaces, which is, you know, deemed sufficient. But again, we've offered an informative, which I haven't put on the amendment sheet, which I apologise, outlining that in the event additional coach parking is required, the car parking spaces can be used on an ad hoc basis. So, for example, laying out of cones and what have you, they do it at several of the sports facilities around Cambridge. So it's been deemed sufficient on the basis that there is sufficient car parking and the ability to provide further coach parking if required.
Thank you very much. And the other reason, of course, for having reinforcement in some way is because cars are getting heavier. Electric cars are heavier than petrol ones were. So, okay, right. So I can't see Councillor Martin Calm. Sorry, Martin Smart. Sorry, Martin. 2 Martins.
Thank you. So, Lawrence, firstly, can you confirm the proposal on the table? I've got the one 837/S73. We're just talking about car parking, but in the proposal I've got in front of me, there's stuff about replace 6 2-storey houses, C2 and C3. Are we on that as well or not?
So that's a previously consented application. So because this is technically a section 73 on a previously amended application. So the description of development is that section 73 to vary conditions 1 and 28 of planning permission 23/0139/70 section 73, which then in brackets states to vary condition 1 of 20/02/569. So we've got a series of applications that have come through. So this is the reason the description is so long, and the reason that I put in bold the to increase the number of visitor car parking spaces on was purely to outline that that's the element of the description we're talking about.
And members, you know, this is often the case when we get section 73. So everything, as we say, the proposal that we're looking at today is S73 to vary conditions 1, the approved drawings, and 28, the visitor car parking, of planning permission 23/01939/73. All of the rest of that refers to the previous application. And then second line from the bottom, you can see the double bracket, which ends that, to increase the number of visitor car parking spaces that are available to the users of the Plains recreational field. Philippa, did you want to summarise anything? Or?
No, I think both yourself and the case officer has clarified that quite nicely. Just to reassure Councillor Smart, this application only deals with the visitor car parking changes.
Yes, so thanks, Chair. I just wanted to clarify that first. Yeah. So on the car parking then, so I feel as if I'm being tested today, to keep me on my toes. But firstly, on the car parking, there's an objection from County Highways at 6.2. It seems to still be there as far as I can tell, and yes, that's not pertinent.
That was lifted under the amendment. Lawrence explained that had been lifted, didn't you, Lawrence? Did you want to come back, Lawrence?
Yeah, so on the amendment sheet, it's outlined that the Highways officer has now removed their objection. That was received last week via email. I've uploaded the email this morning. Sorry, it was a bit late. But I've made sure it was on the amendment sheet for you yesterday, just outlining that the Highways officer has formally removed their objection, following the provision of further information from the applicant.
Did you want to come back, Councillor Smart?
Well, I'm still going. So I feel as though I'm getting to the point there I might ask a question that might be of any use. So I suppose the bottom line is it policy compliant? Is there any policy? And is it compliant with it if there is any? And what I'm getting at there is Councillor Hoffman said, there might be 50 people plus supporters. I don't know if that's an appropriate number or not. What's your view on that? And I've played sport myself. I am aware that indoor sport, but I'm aware that people come in cars together, share cars, that kind of thing. I have no idea how many cars will potentially come and want to park for this facility to be used fully. So there's that, that's one thing. And then the second of two questions is, for the cycle parking, is there any available parking for bigger bikes like cargo bikes, child bikes, that kind of thing? I've been to sport things with my children. I don't see why the people wouldn't still be doing that now. So that sort of will be needed. And is that policy compliant as well? Are there enough cycle parking spaces? I presume it is policy compliant. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Over to you, Lawrence.
So the policy relevant to the assessment of both car parking and cycle parking is policy TI3 of the South Cambridgeshire Local Plan 2018. As outlined with my report, and I'm happy to bring up the correct section if you just give me a moment. Yep, so throughout the assessment and course of this the course for this application, policy TI3 outlines that give me one moment.
Well, I'll put you on the spot.
No, it's okay.
I can see that it could be a difficult thing to find a policy on, but...
So, noting paragraph 10.24 of policy TI3 states that the parking standards are indicative and a bespoke approach is needed on a case-by-case basis. The need for more car parking and limited demand for coach parking came through discussions with the sports and recreations teams. They were throwing figures such as up to potentially 20 cars per hour. Obviously that interchanging, given that junior football games are short periods of time. It was deemed that 30 car parking on an on-merit basis was deemed acceptable, given that there is a likelihood for car shares, and it was more so a preventative measure to prevent ad hoc sort of informal parking throughout the estate on the access roads, and it was deemed that 30 car parking spaces is sufficient. The county transport team has supported that, and given the ability to do this assessment on a bespoke approach or the indicative figures, it was deemed acceptable as 30. With regards to the cycle parking spaces, the condition can be amended for cargo bikes if that would be preferable, and I'm sure the applicant would agree to that. Yeah. And policy compliance for that, again, TI3 mentions that standards are indicative and a bespoke approach is needed on a case-by-case basis. There are 65 consented cycle parking spaces at the pavilion already. It was deemed going any more above 10, and as requested by the county transport assessment team, would be too onerous. It wouldn't be necessary. They may not get used. It would probably have a character impact if you start going, too high. So it was deemed that an additional 10, bringing the total to 75 spaces, would be sufficient to cater for the needs of the tennis courts and playing pitches. Thank you.
If we can consider an amendment to just make sure that some of those are suitable for cargo bikes, that would be great. Thank you very much. Councillor Dr. Timmy Hawkins.
Thank you for letting me come back, Chair. Just wanted to say thank you to Lawrence for this report. It's been very clear. And I think we have a situation here where I would like to move that we go to a vote. Thank you.
I was just going to come to that. So we've got the recommendation, which is on, or rather the proposal, which is on page 161, and the recommendation, which is on 162.
184.
Well, it's in both places. Okay. So
It's just following 184 because it follows the conditions.
okay. So as read at 184, so I support the proposal. We go to a vote. So would all those in favour?
Chair, do you want Philippa to summarise?
She said no.
Because there's additional informatives and conditions.
Oh, we've got the additional conditions, so I'd like to read it out.
Oh, sorry, I thought you said you didn't. Oh, so Philippa, yes, do go ahead.
So the recommendation can be found on page 184 of the agenda, section 23, to approve this section 73 application 2403837, section 73, subject to the planning conditions and informatives as detailed in section 24 of this report, with an update to condition 31, which is the cycle parking condition, to refer to the additional cycle parking to be provided, and a requirement to provide parking for large bikes, cargo bikes, and, an additional informative to encourage the applicant to consider the provision of EV charging facilities to serve the visitor car parking bays, with delegated authority to officers to carry through minor amendments to those conditions and informatives and include others considered appropriate and necessary. And the second limb of the recommendation is to approve the prior completion of a planning obligation by deed under section 106 and section 106A of the Town and Country Planning Act 1990 as appropriate to secure the necessary modifications to the original 2016 section 106 agreement to release those obligations no longer required as a consequence of the approval and to the new planning obligations as required, with delegated authority to officers to include other relevant obligations necessary to make the proposal acceptable in planning terms and to negotiate, settle and complete such planning obligation in consultation with the Chair and Vice Chair of JDCC.
We're just, there was a suggestion that there might be adjustment of the car parking.
Yes, with the additional informative to advise that users can park in the coach bays should they need to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, so all those in favour then? So that's 1, 2, 3, 4.
That's unanimous, Chair.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much, members. Right, so that's unanimous. And the application was approved. Thank you very much. So we now move to the original item 7 on our agenda, which was 23/0 04931, reserve matters referring to the Plains, and this is referring to the additional junior football pitches and tennis courts. So, Lawrence, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. The next application to be presented falls under application reference 23/04931/REM, which seeks to enhance the sports provision at the Plains through the provision of additional space for playing fields and the relocation of 3 tennis courts from the western parcel of the development. The item is on the agenda, the amendment sheet, but there has been no amendments to the text, recommendation, or conditions. This application seeks to fulfil the open space requirements associated with the 91 dwelling uplift through the delivery of additional playing fields equivalent to the size of 2 football pitches. The additional sports provision equates to approximately 0.33 hectares of sports provisions. Appendix 3 of the Cambridge East Area Action Plan states that 1.2 hectares of sports provision are required per 1,000 people, and the proposed 0.33 hectares of sports provision is therefore considered sufficient to meet the demand associated with the uplift of 91 dwellings. The proposed layout is shown on screen. This application seeks, in addition to the additional sports provision of the equivalent to 2 football pitches shown here, with these 3 consented and the 2 seniors consented. In addition to this, the application also seeks to relocate 3 tennis courts previously sought within the western parcel of the site. The proposals to relocate the tennis courts at the Plains will allow for more growing space for the proposed community garden site, whilst ensuring the tennis courts are better located in relation to other sports facilities, including the approved sports pavilion, which shall assist in establishing a strong sense of place at the Plains. In conclusion, the proposed playing fields fulfil the sports and recreation requirements associated with the proposed 91 dwelling uplift. It is not considered that there are any material planning considerations which should prevent this specific application from being approved. The benefits associated with the proposals include enhanced sports provision at the Plains, a more appropriate location for the 3 number tennis courts, and opportunities to create a greater sense of place through the proximate location of other sports facilities. The officer recommendation is to approve this application subject to conditions and variations to the existing section 106. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lawrence. So, our public speakers, would you like to comment on this application? You've got 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. This is a reserve matters application that seeks to modify the layout of the Plains to increase the provision of playing pitches and relocate the 3 tennis courts. The pitches will meet the increased recreational demand resulting from the additional 91 dwellings in the uplift planning application. The new courts will replace those that were originally planned for the western edge of the site near the Fison estate. The application will also facilitate the creation of a community garden on the western edge of the Marley development that will result in a larger recreation facility in this area than was envisaged under the outline permission. The rationale for this relocation received support from both the officers and the members of the quality panel during the pre-application process. The application is believed to make better use of the overall space at the Plains and has received no adverse comments from statutory consultees or third parties. The facility will also be supported by the additional car parking that was approved under the previous Section 73 application. The proposal fully accords with the outline planning permission, design code and local and national planning policies. We hope that you are now able to support the recommendation to approve this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to ask the local members, firstly, Councillor Hoffman, did you have any comment to make? And you have 3 minutes to speak on this, if you wish.
Yes, thank you. Although I fully approve the extra sports facility, what I don't see is the extension of the actual sports pavilion. From the information that I have, the sports pavilion was actually approved in planning in 2020, And the size of this, for instance, the foyer is 39 square metres, which I presume is about 5 metres by 8 metres. I don't think if we have 5 junior teams and their parents, and if there's any kind of cup giving, that space would be sufficient. So I don't see any uplift on the sports pavilion itself. I also would have liked to have seen a defibrillator and an outside water fountain for these kind of activities. And I feel that the sports pavilion needs to be revisited if we're going to approve the extra people that are going to be using this facility, including the tennis courts will also add extra people and possibly competitions. That's my main concern with the addition of the sports facilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hoffman. Can I ask Councillor Cohn? You said you didn't want to speak on this one.
I need to say that I agree with Councillor Hoffman.
There's no microphone there, so Councillor Cohn said he agreed with Councillor Hoffman. Okay. It might be helpful if you wish to speak as local member on one of the other applications. Could Lawrence respond on the issue of the identified increasing uses of the area for sports, but there doesn't appear to be any increase in capacity of the sports pavilion?
So the outline planning permission, which included the initially sought sports pavilion with a maximum gross internal area of 200 square metres, was increased in size to 260 square metres in accordance with Sport England's design guidance note on pavilion and clubhouses during the reserve matters stage of Phase 1B. Sport England have been consulted on this suite of applications and have raised no objection. Their only objection, only point of clarification was on the condition to the Section 73, which was subsequently removed. So the enlargement at the pavilion allows to comfortably accommodate the following: 4 changing rooms, officials and referee office and changing rooms with a water closet, a toilet, wide corridors for wheelchair users, a public toilet, storage for sports equipment, tables and chairs, and a welcoming foyer with an adjacent kitchen. It's deemed sufficient.
I do actually have the plan in front of me.
Councillor Hoffman, just sorry, that's not acceptable. You've had your 3 minutes. The officer is responding to the members of the committee. Thank you. Lawrence, had you finished?
Yes.
Thank you. Can you just clarify how many toilets there are in the pavilion? Because if we've got a number of children playing football and playing tennis, I just wondered, did you just say there were 1 toilet for the officers and refs and 1 toilet for the public?
No, it's a public toilet, and then there are toilets equipped to each changing room. So 4 changing rooms, 4 toilets, a disabled access loo, and a standard toilet as well, and then toilet facilities for the referees. So several toilets.
Could I ask Mr. Cobley to turn his microphone off, please? Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Smart.
So, same as last one, I guess, it appears it's policy compliant or policy made up to suit this particular circumstance called bespoke policy compliant. So the only thing I'd raise really is, as a sort of normal human being really, as opposed to a planning officer, is it feels like it's being squeezed in a bit, which is the sort of thing what Councillor Hoffman was getting at in terms of the pavilion, but in terms of the open space and playing sports, having adult outdoor sports, I suppose not just football, but it appears to be mostly football, next to children's football, next to tennis, for 2 reasons. Firstly, just in terms of the being next door to one another, so banging into one another, adults swearing, children shouldn't really be exposed to adult swearing, playing football, that kind of thing. But then also just the physicality of it, you know, balls and people flying left, right and centre. Tennis balls and footballs don't really mix very well. In my experience of playing sport, you really want to play your match, your sport, and not have other sports balls and people flying into it. I've played in festivals before where you do get that a bit, and it's sort of okay at a festival type situation, but on this situation, it feels like you're going to be banging into one another, literally and metaphorically. But that's not a concern, I presume, Lawrence, because you're saying that Sport England aren't concerned.
Can I just add a question to that before you answer? And that was, I assumed the tennis courts would have a high fence around them, so there won't be any problems of balls going into the tennis courts, although there might be a problem with tennis balls going out. But I also am concerned about the proximity of the junior and the adult pitches, more in addition to what Councillor Smart says, but in the sense of there not being very much space to get people from one place to another. They seem to be very tight.
So if I just flick back a couple of slides, it's just important to note that the markings, i.e. the playing pitches, are indicative. They are the two junior football pitches proposed. What is proposed is the equivalent sports provision space to two junior football pitches. So the playing field management and maintenance strategy, which is secured on this reserve matters as condition 3, will cater for the ongoing management of the playing fields, you know, how they are allocated, how they are laid out. Markings on grass is not considered development, so this could chop and change with regards to size of pitches. It could chop and change with regards to the type of sport being played as well. So again, it's been through consultation with Sports England and the sports and recreation teams at both councils. The tennis courts are to be, the details are to be, for the tennis courts to be secured via condition 10, which includes boundary treatment, surfacing, and, you know, whilst it would be ideal to not have tennis balls flying out of tennis courts, that's happening city and district wide. So what we have here is the tennis courts are, you know, that's where they will be, and the details of such will be secured via condition 10. The playing fields, it's that amount of playing sports provision will be provided. It's not necessarily that you're going to have 5 junior football pitches in a linear format adjacent to 2 senior pitches. Obviously, the follow-up condition is going via Sports England and I believe the FA, but the Sports England do consult with the Football Association on discussions such as this, and they raise no concerns. So on planning grounds, there's been no material objection to the layout or to the indicative nature of the proposals. And yes, we're here to assess these 2 additional, so the equivalent to 2 junior football pitches, which have been put on to the east there. And just bearing in mind that it's an indicative layout, but that indicative layout is approved thanks to the reserve matters for phase 1B. I hope that answers your questions, councillors.
Thank you, Lawrence. And we need to remember that we're only looking at 2 additional pitches here, not the layout or the presence of the 3 others and the proximity of the adult and junior pitches. And I imagine that would be a matter for how they book them. Okay, Councillor Porra.
Thank you, Chair. Very minor point. I know there's a condition about the bins. I think it might be linked on the outline because I couldn't find it, just to make sure that will include recycling. And I think Councillor Hoffman mentioned a defib. I appreciate we probably can't insist on this, but it seems incredibly sensible if you've got a huge amount of playing areas. There are charities and organisations that do that, so could we add an informative to strongly encourage the installation of a defibrillator? Again, the mention of water fountain, I'm assuming that it will be potable water in the changing room, so there will at least be access to water. But again, if the developers are listening, it would be wonderful if we could have some kind of outside water tap that's open to everybody, or in the public toilet that's there, because again, I think that's just really important for plastic waste. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could we add that into an informative? Lovely, thank you. Okay, Councillor Garvey.
I just wondered if there were any plans made for the maintenance of the site, the tennis courts.
There's condition, in the planning conditions, condition 3 is playing field management and maintenance. Did you want to add anything, Lawrence? Or?
No, just that that condition has also been applied to the Phase 1B reserve matters for the consented pitches. It has not yet been discharged, but the applicant is working with us at the moment on making sure that we have an acceptable document that ensures the management of these football pitches will be done appropriately.
Councillor Dr. Timmy Hawkins.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I just want to remind Councillor Smart that we're all human beings here. Planning officers just happen to have the expertise of being planning officers, so we're all looking at stuff like this, as human beings. Secondly, obviously, this is an application looking at an increase of the sports field. I appreciate the issues that have been mentioned, and I think those will be helpful for those who will be using it going forward. And frankly, I just think we need to move to a point where we go to a vote on this without dragging it out any further. Thank you.
Thank you, that's fine. And we will, when everybody's had a chance to ask questions. So, Councillor Smart.
Thanks, Claire. Yeah, so I was going to mention, as Councillor Poor has, the sort of bolt-ons, the water fountain and defibrillator. Good to get that done.
Sorry, the what? The what? I couldn't hear what you said.
Water fountain and defibrillator that were mentioned by the speaker earlier, and good to get those done rather than leave it to ward councillors to get them done later, I guess. But I just add one further thing to that. It's something I've been asked for actually as a councillor in Cambridge, is not only a water fountain for people, but a water thing, trough for pets, dogs basically, which is a useful thing to have in these facilities, as lots of people do bring their pets to these sort of sporting events, and then it'd be good on hot weather. So I think that's all. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Can we add that to the informative? Okay, thank you. Right, so let's go to a vote then, members. I propose we go with the recommendation which Philippa will read out to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So the recommendation you will find on page 221 of your agenda, which is under section 26. The recommendation is to approve this reserve matters application 23-04931 REM, subject to the planning conditions and informatives as detailed in section 27 of the report, with 2 additional informatives. One, to strongly encourage the installation of a defibrillator by the applicant, and the second additional informative to encourage the installation of a publicly accessible water source for people and animals, with delegated authority to officers to carry through minor amendments to those conditions and informatives and include others considered appropriate and necessary, and the prior completion of a planning obligation which secures the necessary modifications to the 2016 agreement supporting the original outlined Section 106 agreement to release those obligations no longer required as a consequence, and to the new planning obligations as specified as appropriate, with delegated authority to officers to include other planning obligations necessary to make the proposal acceptable in planning terms and to negotiate, settle and complete such planning obligation in consultation with the Chair and Vice Chair of JDCC.
Thank you very much. Councillor Khan?
Simply to comment that it should, that you said water source for people and animals. I think it should be water sources. I don't think you'd want to share animals and people's water source.
Thank you. I'm sure that we can take that into account. Right, so moving to the vote then. So could all those in favour of this application put their hand up? Councillor Garvey? Thank you, that's unanimous. Okay.
Chair,
And that is approved, thank you.
I'm sorry to be a
Richard
pain.
Williams.
Can I request a short break?
Yes, indeed. Yes, absolutely. Let's have a pause. It's 11:27 now, so let's try to be back here at 25 to. Great, thank you. So members, we're going live. Right, thank you members. We're live, so all of your actions can be observed. Right, okay, so we're on to item number 5 on our agenda, which is 23-04935/FUL, which is land north of Newmarket Road again, but this relates to the community gardens, as Lawrence has helpfully put up on the screen. So, over to you, Lawrence.
Thank you again, Chair. The final application I shall be presenting today pertains to application reference 23/04935/FUL, which seeks the construction of a community garden and storeroom with associated landscape features, street furniture, planters and boundary treatments, including a pedestrian and cycle connection between the Marley development and the Jack Warren Green estate in the Abbey Ward to the west of the site. It is important to note that the statutory consultation period for this application ends on the 27th of November 2024, which is after the date this application is to be determined by this committee. This is because the application was not correctly registered and the consultation period had to be restarted following the application being re-registered. Normally, applications would not be presented to members, nor an officer report prepared for committee until after the statutory consultation period has expired. In this instance, exceptionally, officers have concluded it is appropriate to prepare this report ahead of the closure of the consultation period, mindful of a preference for the committee to have the complete suite of applications, which includes this one, taken together at one committee. Any consultee responses received since the preparation of this report will be provided to committee in the amendment sheet and addressed by the officer in the presentation of the item. Subsequently, if representations are received on material planning grounds which have not been accounted for within the current assessment, the application shall be brought back to this committee for further consideration. On to the amendment sheet. Amendments to text. Paragraph 14.3, an updated arboricultural impact assessment has been provided, evidencing the trees required to be removed to facilitate the proposed cycle pedestrian route, and that's been through full consultation with the City Council's tree officer. Paragraph 16.2 has been amended to outline that the proposed biodiversity net gain is 157.6%. There are also amendments to the recommendation, which includes the addition of limb 1 below, which is in relation to that note I gave just a moment ago on the consultation period closing after committee, which outlines that the recommendation to approve this application is subject to there being no further consultee responses received by the local planning authority during the remainder of the outstanding statutory consultation period, which would give rise to new or further material planning considerations, which would change the officer recommendation of this report. The other two limbs there are existing. They're just there for clarity purposes. Amendments to conditions. Condition 14, Clerk of Works, has been reworded and separated into two conditions to read as written within the amendment sheet, which you all should have. And they're the amendments pertaining to this application.
Thank you very much, Lawrence. Right.
Oh,
Okay.
I still need to present the item.
Sorry. Okay. Yes, that was just the amendments, wasn't it? Oh dear. Sorry.
The site location plan for the community garden application is now shown on screen and identifies a small parcel of land to the west of the Marley development. The administrative boundaries for the two councils is now shown on screen. It pertains to this purplish bluish line and was outlined by my colleague Kate Poyser earlier. This evidences that the application site, which again is here, is entirely within the administrative region of Cambridge City Council. For this reason, the assessment and associated committee report have been conducted in accordance with policies from the Cambridge City Local Plan 2018. The drawings on screen show the existing indicative plans for the site, which was previously sought for allotment space and tennis courts. Following in-depth discussions with the Cambridge Quality Panel, local stakeholders and the community development officers from both councils, it was agreed that the site would better serve community needs as a community garden, which would allow for both the Marley community and adjacent Abbey Ward communities to engage in community building exercises such as communal planting. An indicative layout for the proposed community garden is shown alongside the existing scenario, with the existing on the left and the proposed on the right, and outlines 0.4 hectares of community growing space. The community benefits associated with the application include a new shared cycle pedestrian route between the Marley development and Jack Warren Green community in the Abbey Ward, a new storeroom to serve the community garden, and opportunities for the community-led design of the community garden to be dealt with via condition. The application includes a singular disabled parking bay, a delivery bay for bulky goods, and a significant level of tree planting. Some trees are proposed for removal. Just to flick through some of these slides for you. We've got the planting plans on screen. They've had to be broken up because of the quite linear format of the site. So we've got sheet 1, sheet 2, and sheet 3 there on the right.
Sorry, Lawrence, could you just show us where the disabled bays and the...
Yeah, of course. So we've got, let me switch to a pointer. So as you can, if you follow the line of my pointer, this is to be the proposed shared cycle pedestrian route between Jack Warren Green Estate on the left and the Marley development on the right. We have here outlined an indicative location for the provision of a store building to serve the community garden, which is to be dealt with, the design of which is to be dealt with via condition. The design and details of the cycle path are also to be dealt with via condition. And then as you can see from this green etching here, this outlines the 0.4 hectares of space dedicated for the community garden itself, the design of which is to be dealt with via condition, in line with a community engagement and strategy required by a separate condition, to ensure that residents from both the Marley community and the existing Abbey Ward communities can have a say and be involved on the design and layout of the community garden and planting areas and features, whilst the local authority can maintain guidance with our colleagues in urban design and landscape and trees and what have you. The disabled parking bay is shown here on sheet 2 of the plans, so hard work plan sheet 2 and planting plan sheet 2. And just adjacent to that is a delivery bay for bulky goods. As outlined within the report, this section of the site lies within different ownership and it's not part of the application. It's an existing substation, I believe, and that's to be retained as existing. And this slide is simply to show how those plans link together. Sorry, they've had to be flipped. It's not the easiest way of reading, but it does show how those 3 plans link together.
That's a work of art, actually.
Thank you very much, Chair. So again, we've got the hard work plans, which are just reiterating the hard landscape aspects of the community garden. Again, showing the disabled parking bay, delivery bay, indication for the store building, and the etched indicative area for the community garden layout to be dealt with via condition. And again, there are those plans flipped. This is a snippet from the recently provided arboricultural impact assessment. So while some trees are proposed for removal, these are relatively low value specimens, and the tree officer has issued their support for the application subject to the conditions outlined within the officer report. These trees are required for removal. It seems there's only 2 required for removal, are there to facilitate the proposed shared cycle and pedestrian route between the existing neighbourhood in Abbey and the newly formed community at Marley. In combination with the application for the proposed 91 dwelling uplift included within phase 3, the application seeks to deliver 157.6% biodiversity net gain, which is considered a significant benefit of the proposals. In conclusion, whilst the loss of some trees is required to facilitate the proposed development, there are considerable benefits associated with the scheme, including greater community benefits for existing residents at Jack Warren Green, stemming from access routes and community engagement opportunities, including the design of the community garden. Beneficial active travel arrangements from the new shared cycle pedestrian route, suitable facilities and features for all future users of the site, and 157.6% biodiversity net gain. For these reasons, the officer recommendation is to approve this application, subject to conditions and Section 106 variations, and provided no further objections on material planning grounds are received before the closure of the consultation period. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lawrence. So over to our public speakers then. So Will Copley, are you speaking on this one? Thank you. You've got 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. This planning application proposes the development of a new community garden on the western edge of Marley, near the existing community in the Fyzen estate. This plan replaces the earlier proposal for allotments and tennis courts in this area. The new approach allows for a larger open space than originally anticipated under the outline permission. Additionally, it will position the tennis courts more effectively, placing them adjacent to the changing rooms and associated facilities at the Plains. This proposal was discussed during the pre-application process and received support from both officers and the quality panel, as well as the community development team. The principle of development has also been established through the approval of a revised outline parameter drawing earlier this year. The planning application illustrates the layout of the garden with the intention that the detailed proposals will be informed and delivered following future community engagement. The layout includes a growing area, drop-off and disabled car parking spaces, along with cycle spaces and a storage building. The proposal will also create a new pedestrian connection between the Marley development and the Fyzen estate to promote better integration between the 2 communities. The existing allotment provision at Marley will remain at the Plains. The proposal fully accords with the local and national planning policies and will help to promote outdoor activity, local food production and community cohesion on the scheme. We hope that you're able to support the recommendation to approve the application. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Copley. And now I'd just like Sarah Steed to read out the statement from the local member, Councillor Bennett. So, Sarah, over to you.
I want to explain why I support the provision of a community garden rather than allotments in the area between the Marley development and Jack Warren Green. My support is, of course, conditional upon the wider Marley site being policy compliant on the provision of allotments. Ward councillors have not done any specific resident consultation on this, but have had some resident comments. There is strong approval for having this as a public communal space that provides connectivity between Barnwell and Marley. Even residents who are keen on allotments were very supportive of having a shared communal space rather than, say, 15 private allotments. We understand that allotments will be provided to the east of the site and that the site as a whole will be policy compliant on allotment provision. Councillor Howard, Abbey councillor, has advocated for a more ambitious rewilding plan for this area. We both feel that this fits well with how Abbey residents already use this area, which is popular for both leisure walking and dog walking. Barnwell residents in general, not just Jack Warren Green residents, really value this area for the opportunity for enjoying being in a green space without any pressure to spend money or exposure to child financial pester power. However, we have had concerns raised about antisocial behaviour in this area, and residents have raised concerns about path lighting. It's obviously important that any footpath lighting needs to be low cost, reliable and bat friendly, and we hope that discussions on appropriate biodiversity friendly lighting will continue in detail if planning permission is granted. However, it's also important that Vision Estate residents continue to have safe and pleasant off-road access to the facilities of Marley, and that Marley residents have safe and pleasant off-road access to the employment sites and facilities of Abbey Ward. This does not only benefit residents but the wider catchment area, and increased footfall that it creates improves the prospects for survival of local facilities and shops to benefit of all. I do not support the provision of community garden space rather than allotments on this portion of the site, because we think community garden space is more important than allotment space. Both are equally important and equally valued. I support it on this particular spot because it is a better fit for the needs of Marley and East Barnwell residents, as well as a better fit for the residential, commercial and employment facilities and community projects coming forward in East Barnwell. Riverside and Barnwell residents do very much value the network of off-road paths that run throughout this area and out to Fenditton and the other villages, and a community garden rather than allotments enhances that network. We would be very happy to provide further input on matters of detail such as signposting, lighting and linkage with other local biodiversity projects planned by Abbey community groups if planning permission is granted. End of statement.
Thank you very much, Sarah, and thank you to Councillor Bennett for providing us with that local colour. So, Councillor Hoffman, did you have anything to say? You have 3 minutes to speak if you wish.
Yes, thank you. Firstly, my apology, Lawrence, for interrupting you earlier. You've done an awful lot of work on this quite complex site, which I greatly appreciate. Being a local resident and using the woods around Marley, I am aware of antisocial behaviour in those kind of spaces. One of the recommendations I would have is a timed gate between Jack Warren and Marley Estate. So at the hours of midnight, for instance, when no access is required, we don't end up with, drinking parties, which is something I quite often pick the litter off. The other thing I would highly recommend is dog bins. I mean, the woods are short of dog bins and litter bins, and it tends to be the biggest complaint of the dog walkers that as soon as they step out the door, the dogs obviously need to go, and there's no provision for them to put things into the dog bin. So if the residents at Warren Green are going to be using this space for that as well, I think it would be extra need for dog bins. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Councillor Cohn?
Just that I agree with Councillor Hoffman and broadly support the application.
Thank you very much. I just observe on the matter of dog bins, if any are agreed, they need to be compliant with the Greater Cambridge Shared Waste Services provision. Okay, thank you. Right, so members, lots of questions. So I've got Councillor Hawkins, Councillor Fain, Councillor Smart, Councillor Gilderdale. In fact, you were in the middle. And we've got Councillor Khan, lots. I shall come through. Okay, so Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Chair. Very quick one. I note that Teversham Parish Council were concerned about this switch from allotments to community gardens and wanted to see alternative site. Now, I think it's been mentioned that there is another site for allotments. Was that indicated, or can we see where that is?
There are allotments on the plain site. Maybe one of our officers can present that. Are you able to do that, Laura?
It's just for the record, so clarity, that we can say that yes, there is allotment elsewhere, and that concern has been addressed.
Already allotments elsewhere as part of.
Sorry if I missed that previously.
So to clarify, we have approximately 1 hectare of allotment space just up to the northeast of the site.
Oh, that's weird.
So by this sports provision, we have 1 hectare of allotments. We are currently working through the conditions to make sure that's all appropriate at the current time, including splitting some allotments for smaller provisions and what have you. But yeah, so we've got 1 hectare of allotments on the northeast of the site, and then there will be 0.4 hectares of community garden on this western parcel.
Thank you. At least the parish council's concerns have been addressed, and they need to be aware that it has been addressed and they can move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fane?
Thank you, Chair. My comment follows that of Councillor Hawkins. We had the planning balance up just now. We didn't mention the loss of perhaps 15 allotments. And I think it's important to recognise that allotments and community gardens are not entirely the same thing. They may be dealt with together in the glossary of terms, but they're very different things in practice. And I just wanted to ensure that the standards mentioned in, for instance, 12.5 on the amount of allotment space will be met for the community as a whole. It sounds to me as though they will be. If we've got 1 hectare, there's about 2,500 people. But I think it is important to ensure that the needs for allotments are met reasonably locally for those concerned, because otherwise they're carrying equipment quite a long distance. And I'm not quite sure to what extent that is true. I take the advice of local members as to what is actually in demand here, but I don't think we should regard those two things as interchangeable.
Can we just clarify? That's correct. It is a loss of 15 allotments, but did we have any indication of the number of allotments that could be delivered by 1 hectare? Lawrence?
So remembering that this site is 0.4 hectare, the
space that is proposed to be community garden was 0.4 of a hectare.
0.4
and this
of a hectare.
looks like the allotment allowance looks like a relatively small arrangement. Can I just clarify? We'll come back to the allotments. In the initial initial proposal, there appeared to be 4 allotments north of the substation building, but in the revised one, that's a grey space. What is that still community garden? Or?
I don't think allotments were provided to the north of this area.
That's what those 4 are?
Yeah, this is not the substation. So,
sorry, it's the four what looked like allotments. Yes, there.
Okay.
On the revised version, on the right-hand side, it just appears to be grey, and I don't know what that is.
This was an indicative drawing from the design code, I think, just to give an indication of what was originally saw, i.e. this could be an area for community gardens, what have you. It does look to me that those buildings are still there on that indicative plan on the left.
Talking about the revised plan on the right,
yes.
What is the grey area north of the substation?
So this grey section here is, I believe, within different ownership, and it does not form part of the proposed community garden. So it has its own slip access here. And then, obviously, as described earlier, we had the disabled parking bay and delivery bay for the community garden here.
Thank you for explaining that. I've been wondering about that for some time. Okay, so going back to the point before, Councillor Fane observed that 15 allotments were proposed but will not be delivered, and I just wondered how many we thought we'd get out of the 1 hectare.
So I'm unsure of the figures, but what I do know is that we are splitting some of the larger allotment sites to ensure that more people have access to allotments rather than less people having access to larger allotments. So we are still working on dividing up that 1 hectare of allotment space at the moment. We're working with the applicant on making sure an acceptable ratio of smaller and larger allotment plots are provided. There are also disabled access plots as well with raised planters which are being put in on the northeast proposals. And yeah, as described in my report, from discussions with the community development officers, the Cambridge Quality Panel, it was deliberated that a community garden would benefit more people. You know, if it was sort of 15 allotments, you're getting maybe 15 people receiving benefit, whereas this is 2 communities, an existing community and obviously new residents at Marley. Is that fine? Yeah.
That's fine, thank you very much. And I'm just going to bring back the applicant briefly at my own discretion. Did you want to?
Just to clarify, so the allotments that remain on the plains are actually 1.4 hectares, not 1 hectare, and that's evidenced from the approved parameter plan earlier this year. So just to clarify, it's more than 1 hectare, it's 1.4.
0.4, sorry, thank you, I misheard you. Great, lovely, thank you for clarifying that. Right, going back to members. Councillor Gilderdale.
Thank you, Chair. I think that it's clear that while this community garden will benefit more people, I do think it's a shame that we are losing allotment space, which I think is really positive, both for kind of our work on food resilience and sustainability and access to allotments, which we know there is a lot of demand for in the city and broadly. I'm really pleased to hear that there's going to be community engagement about how the community garden is going to work, and I think that that's something that we'd love to see more developers do in their work. A couple of questions that I have, I don't know if this is something that we can enforce in any way. It talks about bins. Can we add composting facilities as well? And the other question I have is, in the north area, we can see in the proposed community garden, there's a lot of kind of condensed tree planting. I wondered whether we could suggest that that might be an orchard or something related to the kind of food or food element of the allotments that we might be losing. And also, I know that they're in areas where there are condensed trees, often people litter or it's used for antisocial behaviour, but actually if we include it as part of the garden element and turn it into an orchard or something like that, people might feel more responsibility for that area and discourage people from littering in it and stuff like that.
Thank you very much. Yes, no, good point. Right, so can we, I thought composting facilities were mentioned, weren't they, Lawrence?
I'll double check the conditions, but it can be easily amended to include composting facilities for the community garden layout within the sort of, you know, to make sure that people have a composting bin there for soiling. I'm sure the applicant wouldn't have any objection to that. And I'm happy to add an informative on the lines of considerations for food-related arboricultural matters.
Talking about fruit trees.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I think we'd be satisfied with an informative to that effect. I'll double check the condition reference now for the layout to include composting facilities.
The only hesitation I have is that since there won't be anywhere to use the compost on site, well, there might be, mightn't there? Because the thing I was going to say is I'm glad that there's an appointment of a clerk of works, but that there's also, and somewhere, and I can't find it now, there is a requirement that the community should be consulted about how the community garden is going to be taken forward. So if people do want to have planting facilities, you know, actual soil to grow some vegetables, then there will be a purpose for the composting bin. So yes, please, that would be great. Thank you, Councillor Kilderdale. Councillor Smart.
Thank you, Chair. So, firstly, it's a bit awkward that we're going to decision before we have all the consultation responses, just to say that, I think, get on the table. But going through the report, there's only one representation so far, and that's a neutral one. So it doesn't look like it's a clear and present danger particularly, and you've outlined how we'll deal with that anyway going forward. So happy to do that. I should just say, although everyone can know what I am, but I am the Executive Councillor for Open Space and City Services in the city. This is an Abbey Ward application in the city. I have no view as to whether allotments or community gardens are better or worse than one another. They're both good. And like Councillor Fain, I think listening to local members is always very useful here. although local members seem to be saying different things. The Abbey Ward member has said one thing, but it seems that Teversham Parish Council members have said something else, and we've heard from Councillor Hoffman as well. So I think it's a good proposal. One other thing was the bins that were mentioned by Councillor Hoffman. The city is currently undergoing a review of bin provision that's ongoing, and just to say dog waste gets thrown away with landfill waste at the same time, so the two bins are the same thing effectively, and also recycled waste in fact is often corrupted with other waste, so that can go into landfill too. So that will be something to be considered, I think, by appropriate officers in terms of what bins might be the best bins to put in what place. But that's a detail not really for this committee, I guess. Other than that, just to say also, in terms, I've said already about local councillors, local ward councillors, but 6.15 community development teams support the proposed community garden as a substitute for allotment space, and that's the officer recommendation, and I'm happy to go along with that.
Thank you, Councillor Smart. Before we go any further, and before I forget, Councillor Hoffman asked whether there was any opportunity or whether there was any wish for there to be a timed gate on the connection.
Whilst Councillor Hoffman's concerns and request is understood and heard, it's a cycle route, shared cycle pedestrian route. Putting a gate in would be dangerous in my view, and contrary to the permeability point of the site. Yeah, good point. Yeah, there's plenty of natural surveillance as well, and it would be a consideration for any form of open space, really. You know, and the fact that we've got a shared cycle pedestrian route going through it, it's the cycle element of that which I think would sort of prevent the ability to have a gate. I'd like to come back on just for a point of clarification on because Martin Smart raised Councillor Smart raised the point about the consultation period. Yes, the consultation period is still open, and material planning objections will result in this application returning to this committee. The application has been in for about a year, so we feel that residents have had more than, sufficient time to comment. It was more of a process-related situation that meant it had to be re-registered, and the consultation period recommenced. I think that's all from me.
Thank you. Just while we're thinking about it being a route, and I will come to other members too, one of the things that the county transport team at 6.3 mentioned was a location, if there's adequate space available within the community garden site, for a suitable location to accommodate an e-scooter hub. I just wondered whether that...
The applicant provided a highways response note. It's on the portal, which clarifies there's more sufficient space which can be kept free. It wasn't deemed necessary to condition that specific space because county may feel an alternative space is more suitable. The e-scooter situation is still technically within a trial period and what have you. So it's accepted that there is sufficient space in line with the comments from the transport assessment team.
The only thing on that is that I would request that, I don't know whether, if such applications come to the planning officers, could they be referred to the parish council? Because parish councils like to have an opportunity to comment on where e-scooters might park, for example. So that would be Fenditton Parish Council.
So an informative that in the event of...
If the scooter trial continues and they want to put e-scooters there, that they should consult with Fenditton Parish Council. Right, so
I mean, the general principle of having a community garden, I think, is a wonderful idea, and serving both the developments. But it's lying on the boundary between two developments and serving an area which is partly covered by a parish council, partly in a city area. Poses the question of how the management's going to be done in the future, who the land's going to be vested in, and so maybe it's there, you can clarify that to me.
Condition 14.
Fine, okay. It poses a question that, I mean, it's a vision in other developments on the fringes of Cambridge, where basically there's not much difference between the area in the city and out of the city, and how you manage local management in the future. So I just wanted to be some clarity on that and think about that, and think about the way that potential uses might be used in the later stages when the details of the management of the areas are done in the reserved matters at a later stage. I mean, I think, for instance, there might be opportunities for all sorts of uses here, communal uses by community groups, such as, for instance, there might be a sculpture garden or something like this by local groups. All sorts of ideas might come forward. I'm not specifically saying that, but I just thought that ought to be thought about, and obviously management affects that.
Thank you, Councillor Khan. I rudely interrupted you and pointed out that condition 14 requires there to be a clerk of works in place, but also elsewhere, and I can't find out where, I can't remember where it is, but it talks about the fact that the communities, both communities, need to be consulted to feed into a plan to determine how this community garden will be developed. And one hopes that they would bear in mind, you know, sorry, thank you. Condition 5, there we are, thank you very much. Yep, community engagement strategy. So it ensures that both communities will be consulted in the bringing forward how this piece of land will be managed.
But critical to this is the long-term, who is going to own the land and who is going to have the control.
It is city land.
It'll be part of the management company.
It is land belonging to the city, but the management of it will be under the...
It's within the administrative boundaries of Cambridge City, but it's not land offered to Cambridge City Council. It will be run by the Land Trust, as the rest of the site is. So
it'll follow the same pattern as now, in that the Community Land Trust consult the community about how management of the whole site is arranged, and there will be a clerk of works who is specifically looking after this bit. Okay, thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. I just wanted, paragraph 15.2 talks about the building to service them. Can we please have some water butts included? It sounds obvious, but in terms of water scarcity, perhaps in condition 10 or 11, I think that would be reasonable given the need. And I agree with Councillor Gildale, an orchard would be brilliant. I have a sinking suspicion, because it's next to the airport, there is a condition about not having fruit trees. We've had that before, so we may need, I just advise the officers to check, because I think obviously we've done one, I think previously, where it was stepped, so if the airport moved, they could then be brought in. But I do think that's a really good idea, because we have quite a successful one in my ward, the Midsummer Orchard, that I think is right, doesn't attract so much antisocial behaviour because it looks managed and the trees aren't so huge. So I would really support that with that caveat about the airport. Thank you.
There's reference to no further green roofs, isn't there, because of the proximity to, but I don't know whether that includes fruit trees, but perhaps we can check that. Right, water butts, okay.
We can include water butts within the specifications of condition 4, as we are doing for composting facilities. We can add that to condition 4.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Right, and Councillor Dr. Richard Williams,
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick one. I just want to really propose, I think we all seem to agree, so we should probably go for a vote on this one. Can I just, small process point though, could I just clarify? I think the officer said that the consultation period on this is still open. Is that right? So what we've done in the past with that is what we've done is we basically sort of said we approve, but if there are any future objections in consultation with the chair, it comes back. Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, as outlined on the amendment sheet, there's been an additional limb to the recommendation to ensure that if objections received on material planning grounds are received, that the item will come back.
But otherwise it won't?
It won't.
Perfect. Thank you.
Great. So, can I just ask members to refrain from suggesting we go to the vote until I've given everybody the opportunity to ask the questions that they wish to? Councillor Smart.
Well said, Chair. So, a couple of things in terms of what people have said already. You yourself, Chair, spoke about Fen Ditton Parish Council being consulted on scooter provisions. So, as this is in Abbey Ward, I would presume that Abbey Ward councillors would also be consulted, perhaps, maybe, unless I'm missing something. On fruit trees, I'm sure we can have some smaller sort of shrub-type fruit trees. There must be some way of making provision and still having airplanes go over. And finally, on water butts, I was presuming there is a water supply anyway on this site, or it should be, if we're going to grow things on it, because water butts won't do it all the time, but hopefully that is the case. That's a question.
Can I just check whether there's a water supply?
Yeah, I presume there will be because the store building proposed includes a toilet, so there will be running water to that effect, yeah.
Right, okay. Yeah, so the other thing you asked was that Abbey would be consulted about the scooters. Yes, go ahead, Councillor Smart.
I mean, just to be clear on that, through you, Chair, ideally a trough that you can stick your watering can in, you know, automatically refilled with the supply, rather than just a tap inside a building or something.
Oh, yeah, so I only referenced the building to the extent that the site does have capacity for water supply, but the need for water butts can be added to condition 4, which are details for the community garden layout.
Okay, thank you very much. And right, okay, so let's go to the vote then, members, with first of all, sorry, to Philippa to summarise, please.
So the recommendation is found on the amendment sheet on page 4, because there's an additional limb that's not contained in your report agenda. So this is to approve planning application 2304935 FUL, subject to 1, there being no further consultee responses received by the local planning authority during the remainder of the outstanding statutory consultation period, which would give rise to new or further material planning considerations which would change the officer recommendation of the report. 2, the planning conditions and informatives as detailed in section 27 of the officer report to committee, with an update to condition 14, which is the Clerk of Works condition which has been amended, as found on the bottom of your amendment sheet, page 4. An amendment to condition 4, which is the community garden layout. The amendment shall require the inclusion of composting facilities, water butts and troughs, and waste bin facilities. I'd also advise that that condition is renamed community garden layout and details. Yeah. An additional informative in that the applicant is encouraged to consider community food growing opportunities, including fruit trees. And an additional second informative to encourage consultation with neighbouring communities, ward members and parish councils should the site be considered as an e-scooter hub, with delegated authority to officers to carry through minor amendments to those conditions and informatives and include others considered appropriate and necessary. And 3, the prior completion of a planning obligation by deed under section 106 and section 106A is appropriate. which secures the necessary modifications to the 2016 agreement to release those obligations no longer required as a consequence of the approval of the proposal, and to the new planning obligations specified in the report with delegated authority to officers to include other relevant planning obligations necessary to make the proposal acceptable in planning terms, and to negotiate, settle and complete such planning obligation in consultation with the Chair and Vice Chair of JDCC.
And for absolute clarity, Philippa, can I just confirm the point that was asked before? If anything did come back that was a material planning issue on the consultation, would this application come back to JDCC, or would it be?
I'm looking at Keith here, who's confirming that it would come back to JDCC.
So, great. So, as it stands, we can decide it, but if anything comes back on consultation, it will come back to us. Right, members, everyone in favour? Thank you. That's unanimous. So, thank you very much. Councillor Dr. Hawkins.
Before we go, can I just say thank you very much to Lawrence for the work that he's done with the applicants, and for the great reports, very clear, very concise, that he's given us, which has helped us in coming to our decisions in a timely manner.
Indeed.
Thank you.
Indeed, had you not said that, I would have said exactly the same thing. So thank you very much indeed, Lawrence, for your covering of those items. Thank you. Right. Now, members, what are we down? 12:24. Are we happy to carry on? Or are the lights going out? No, maybe not. Are we happy to carry on with our next? Do you want lunch? Shall we? Yeah. Let's have half an hour for lunch, shall we, members? Come back at 1 o'clock. Thank you. So if you can take us off. Members, short. And just to remind, agenda item 4 next, but when people are ready. Okay, you're right. Okay, so can you take a slide then down? So members, right, thank you. Welcome back. We're starting again on the Joint Development Control Committee on the 20th of November. And we're looking at next at item 4 on our agenda, which was on page 13 of our agenda papers. So please this is 23/04930/REM Marley Phase 3. And this is the reserved matters application for 332 dwellings. So Kate, would you be able to take us through that then, please? Thank you.
Right, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. As said, this is the reserved matters application for 332 new homes, commercial space and infrastructure, and for the part discharge of outline planning conditions. I'll just very quickly take us through the amendments on the amendment sheet. Amendments to the text of the committee report, paragraph 4.4 should state 332 dwellings, not 32. Paragraph 4.9, the proposed biodiversity net gain is 157.6, not 155. Paragraph 14.3, the last sentence should be omitted as the 91 dwellings is not part of this reserved matters application. Paragraph 20.9, the 3 to 5 bedroom dwellings would not be 72 spaces over standard, as amendments to the 5 bedroom dwellings have been reduced to the number achieved, so the number achieves the standards. This is car parking standards. And then paragraph 21.5, the homes do not face onto Marley Avenue but onto Western Road. And then finally, there's an amendment to one of the recommended conditions, and this is the Clerk of Works condition. The meaning is essentially the same, but it has been reworded and made into 2 conditions. So we've now got, the first part is condition 6, and the second part is a new condition, condition 44, which deals really with the monitoring and completion of the Clerk of Works requirements. And now I shall move on to the presentation. This is an aerial photograph showing the Phase 3 site and its surroundings. We can see over here, that's the airport. We've got Newmarket Road running along here. The Fison Road estate over this way. These are the completed or near completed works on Phase 2 and 1. The actual application site is over here where we can see the cars parked up to the line of trees, and then cuts in at about this point here, and then back down to join up with Newmarket Road, and then back up here. Marshall's, and this is the Marshall's car showroom site over there. And we have Gregory Park runs along here, that's existing. And this is Kingsley Woods. This site plan shows the reserved matter site boundary in red, the larger site. The 8 small sites within the larger site are where the uplift of 91 dwellings will sit among the 332 dwellings being considered under this application. The 2 application, the reserved matters for 332 dwellings and the full application for the 91 uplift, were designed holistically so that they would appear as one cohesive development. The application for the 91 dwellings will be considered later. You can see that the 332 dwellings include all homes within the southern half, all homes along the southern half here, all homes along the principal access road, which runs along here, and around the stoop open space, and also fronting onto Gregory Park up here in the north of the site, and all homes adjacent the access road to the eastern edge of phase 3, coming along here. And most of the homes to the east-west road running through the centre of the site, which is along here. This landscape master plan includes the 332 dwellings, the 91 uplift and the community garden as context, although only the 332 dwellings are being considered here at the moment. The western open space between Kingsley Wood and the proposed homes, running a linear space along here. It is a linear area with additional trees, a path and play on the way, 2 laps being local area of play within the application boundary. The stoop, which is this part here, is an open space. It takes the landscaping from the Kingsley Wood area through the residential site. The stoop is larger than shown on the approved outline parameter plans in order to take into account the 91 uplift and the additional open space required for that. A tree-lined street then takes us beyond the application boundary into the Titch, an open space which lies within phase 2, with tree-lined streets then continuing into phase 1. The principal street, referred to as Austin Street, is a tree-lined street running north-south through phase 3. All roads and streets for phase 3 lie within this reserve matters application, including those that serve the 91 dwelling uplift. Beta Park is located over here, and I shall go through this in more detail on a later slide. Blocks A and B are apartments with private outdoor spaces and communal areas, and I shall go into these in more detail later as well. Between the 2 blocks running from Beta Park is the green sways with footpaths and play on the way that then connect Beta Park with Newmarket Road. A green strip with trees lies between the buildings fronting Newmarket Road and the public highway, just along here on the southern edge, which is beyond, and the cycleway being beyond this application site boundary. This is Beta Park. Beta Park provides a large landscaped open space. The Austin building is the large focal building on the western edge of the park. This provides apartments at first, second and third floor level, as well as parking and servicing at ground floor level. A commercial use is proposed, which is hoped to be a cafe with the potential for outdoor seating and pop-up food vans. The park includes a local equipped area of play. This includes an area for younger children and space for older children. A series of paths cross the park, and cycleway and footpaths run east-west along the north and the south. Blocks A, just a moment, I think I've missed something. Here we are. Blocks A and B are a mix of affordable and private apartments and are of 3 and 4 story height. For Block A, this block here. On the left-hand side, each apartment will have its own private outdoor space, mostly in the form of balconies. In addition to this is a communal garden. The garden and ground level parking, as you can see the ground level parking, will be enclosed by the buildings and these walls. Wall there, and to the south. Cycle parking is provided at ground floor level within several cycle stalls. These are the ones with the blue dots here, here, up here, over here, and over here. With security measures, bin stalls are also provided at ground floor level. Block B is a podium block. That's the style of apartments, with car and cycle parking at ground floor level, with apartments around the outsides. At first floor level, the apartments surround a communal garden with planting, including trees. Each apartment also has its own private outdoor space. We're moving on to elevations, street elevations. The next 5 slides show street elevations. Some of these are within the town character area, including homes that are proposed under the full application of the 91 dwellings. It's difficult to separate them out. And next slide. Also within the towns, if you look over here, this shows you what part of the site we're looking at. There are these here and here are a couple of apartment blocks, which are here and here, and these can be seen at the end there and the end there. The rest are houses. This is the Austin building, which fronts on or faces onto Austin Street and also onto Beta Park. It will have commercial use ground floor, this part of the building, and then, which is shown here.
Okay, can you just explain, is that sketch on the right-hand side still orientated north, south, east, west, or is it flipped round at 90 degrees?
It has been flipped round at 90
so
degrees.
The top
east.
surface is pointing east, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Kate.
You're right. This is east. This is Beta Park over here. So this is east. And then this is Austin Street running along here. So the front elevation along here is the front elevation along here. So this section is for the commercial use, which is this L shape over here. And then the remainder is for car and cycle parking and bin stalls. And as you can see, the building reduces in its floor plan as it goes up, which creates outdoor spaces for the flats above. These are the buildings that are around Beta Square, as you can see over here. So we've got the Austin building, and then opposite we've got the townhouses, and these are the street scenes for that. These are blocks A and B, how they front onto Newmarket Road. So as you can see, block A over here. Then we've got the connecting greenway that goes between blocks A and B and links Beta Park with Newmarket Road. And then we've got block B. And then over here is phase 2, subject of previous applications which are being built. Right, car and cycle parking. Amendments throughout the progress of the scheme has resulted in both cycle parking and car parking provision being in compliance with the approved design code and the standards set out in the Cambridge East Area Action Plan. The blue areas show oversized cycle parking spaces for Block A, so here. 83 visitors' car parking spaces will be provided across phase 3, which is policy compliant. In Block A and B, the number of spaces to be provided is policy compliant. It is noted that private apartments will be sold with a space each, which would have the effect of reducing the number of spaces for the remaining affordable shared ownership to a standard of 0.85 spaces per dwelling. Nevertheless, the parking provision is compliant. On to sustainability. All apartments will be installed with an energy-efficient mechanical ventilation heat recovery unit with cooling function to enable independent heating and cooling for each apartment. All homes have been designed with a fabric-first approach to reduce heat loss and improve thermal efficiency. All of the houses will use air source heat pumps instead of gas or to power their heating systems. Photovoltaics are proposed across the scheme to provide renewable energy. All the homes will be designed and installed with domestic appliances to enable less than 100 litres of water per person per day. And there's a condition relating to that. Low energy light fittings will be installed in all homes. All homes will be designed with zonal heating systems in order to avoid the unnecessary heating of unused rooms. A biodiversity net gain of 157.6% across the site. Housing. Affordable housing. Of the 332 reserved matters, 30%, which is 100 units, are affordable as required under the outline planning permission. This application provides 28% affordable rent and 72% shared ownership. When taken with the Marley development as a whole, the 30-70% split required under the outline permission would be achieved. There will be variations required to the existing Section 106 agreement that deals with the whole site under the outline planning permissions. And to release these obligations no longer required as a consequence of the approval of this proposal, and for new obligations required as a result of the suite of applications as specified in the officer report. These are to enable the development as proposed to take place with appropriate triggers and for the contemporaneous development of 332 dwellings and the 91 uplift, with delegated powers to officers to negotiate, settle and complete the obligation in consultation with the Chair and Vice Chair of this committee. Finally, the officer recommendation is one of approval, subject to conditions and informatives, to the prior completion of modifications to the 2016-106 agreement and approval of the part discharge of the planning conditions on the outline permission as listed in the officer report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kate. Very much appreciate your methodical approach to that. It's most helpful, thank you. So we come now to the public speakers. Will you be speaking to this application? So you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This application seeks reserve matters approval for the third phase of development at Marley. Members will be familiar with the earlier phases, which are currently under construction and already offer a new local centre, Jubilee Square, Marley Primary Academy, a range of public open spaces and a variety of modern houses and apartments. Since August 2022, Hill Marshall has worked with Greater Cambridge Partnership, the local community and other key stakeholders to develop the proposals for this final phase. Phase 3 will provide a total of 423 new homes, including 136 shared ownership and affordable rent properties. All of the affordable homes are served by adoptable roads to reduce service charges, are 100% dual aspect, and are located close to key amenities, including the community garden, play areas, and Beta Park. The master plan has followed a landscape-led approach with particular emphasis on creating accessible outdoor areas which prioritise pedestrians and cyclists over cars. This has led to the introduction of new areas of open space beyond those anticipated at the outline stage, as well as a dedicated cycle route along Austin Street, connecting Newmarket Road to Jubilee Cycleway. These features will enhance connectivity and provide new residents with diverse outdoor opportunities to socialise, rest, play, and grow food. In response to the growing focus on green energy, sustainability and climate change, Hill Marshall has incorporated several measures in this phase aimed at reducing energy use, water consumption and carbon emissions. These include the installation of air source heat pumps in every home instead of gas to power their heating systems, homes designed using a fabric-first approach to reduce heat loss and improve their thermal efficiency, photovoltaics across the scheme to provide renewable energy, the installation of domestic appliances that use less than 100 litres of water per person per day to minimise water use, a robust SUD strategy to manage surface water both now and in the future. These combined initiatives will result in a total carbon reduction of over 70% compared to Part L of the building regulations. Additionally, the proposals include significant planting to help mitigate urban heating and will achieve a biodiversity net gain of over 150%. This Reserve Matters application fully accords with the outline permission, the approved design code and adopted planning policies in South Cambridgeshire Local Plan. We hope that you are now able to support the recommendation to approve the application. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cobley. Right, Councillor Hoffman, would you like to speak to this application? Thank you. So you have 3 minutes, so do go ahead.
Thank you. I believe this current application is high density and medium density housing. Currently, from my understanding, what's being built is low density housing. The main concern that the residents have had and that's made them most angry is the parking and road space. In this current application, I don't see any detail regarding yellow lines or timed visitor bays or speed signs. There's been concerns for residents raised currently that on the main avenue, for instance, cars are starting to speed at 40 and 50 when there's an active community that's actually walking and cycling to school and children are playing out on the street. I would really encourage the committee to try and see if yellow lines can actually be put in place. The other thing that I would like to say is with the high density housing, they will park in areas that are possible within other parts of Marley Estate. Currently, what we're experiencing, the flats who've only been given the allocated spacing, I understand what's being said as in, you know, they get given the statutory spacing. The reality is that people have visitors and they've got more cars than that. They're parking on corners, they're parking in disabled spots, they're parking in front of the shops, they're parking in front of drives. If it's a low density area, they tend to park and block other cars. So again, I feel that we need to have some kind of system in place regarding timing, people are allowed to have certain stops. Regarding the park, it looks lovely. It kind of looks as if it's quite large, but to me it appears at least a third of it isn't usable. The water attenuation, I believe it's called, or drainage system, is not actually a usable playing space. It's something to look at, very similar to the centre of Marley. So I would have liked to have seen more allocation to space within the other parts of the development for green playing within the housing, which is where the children tend to play. The last point I've got, the S106. I don't quite understand. I think it's been raised again in the following section. I wasn't quite sure if it understood that it's changing or whether we're looking at that now. So if we are looking at that now, if I may speak on that when it comes up, I'd appreciate it. Those are my points. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hoffman. I think I've noted your queries, and I think I will raise those matters as well. So, Kate, can you respond to or give us information about how parking will be managed? And perhaps we might also cover the matter of the attenuation pond being also part of Beta Park.
Right, thank you. Most of the streets in phase 3
Forgive me, sorry, I've taken things in the wrong order. I'm going to now come to Councillor Cone to ask if he would like to speak. Sorry, members.
It's no problem at all, Chair. I'm a little bit, I was going to take some guidance from yourself as to when I should speak, because what we have in front of us is a reserve matters application with the additional 91 houses in play. We are not seeing an application without those 91 houses in place. So it's really hard to know at which point to speak.
I would suggest you speak now, because the 91 rely on the infrastructure that is delivered by this application.
Okay.
Okay, so I suggest you speak now.
Okay, thank you. I'll just read a short speech then for my 3 minutes. So I'd like to first start by praising the developers. It's my view that Marley has been a very good development. The layout and the delivery of community facilities such as the hangar and the school to date have all been really well done. And in the past, I've always supported this application as part of the local plan myself. So that's where I sort of start from. However, I do object to the way in which this phase of the development has been brought forward, with the addition of 91 dwellings over and above the outline application granted. My concerns are as follows. This is not a good way to conduct business. As a council, we have always projected 1,300 dwellings on this site as part of the outline application. The viability for this site has been done on the premise and on this premise, and decisions have been made on affordable housing and infrastructure as a result of the assumption of there being 1,300 dwellings. There is a new 106 agreement made for the additional 91 houses, but it is my view that this very much piggybacks off the existing 106 and is very much on the lower end financially of what we would expect of a development of 91 houses. Had these houses been anywhere else, so if they'd been in Fenditton, Teversham or Fulbourn and we were building 91 houses, it would be double or triple the amount that we're seeing here. My next point is on affordable housing. The additional 91 houses that are provided do offer 40% affordable housing, but this is only on the additional 91 houses. The rest of the site only provides 30% affordable housing, which is what we agreed at the outline, given the viability, meaning that the overall development is not policy compliant, even with the additional houses having 40%. Maybe this council should be asking for all of the additional 91 houses to be affordable, rather than the lacklustre token that has been put forward in this application. My next point is on density. It is clear for anyone to see that adding an additional 91 dwellings to the same landmass will mean compromises elsewhere, whether this is in green space within the development or the density of the development. With these additional 91 houses, this development will be 42 dwellings per hectare, which is not policy compliant, as the local plan suggests 40 dwellings per hectare. Finally, I'd like councillors to ask themselves, is it fair on residents who have already bought properties on the Marley site on the premise of there being 1,300 dwellings, and there will now be 1,391 dwellings, meaning their space will be far more highly populated than they had envisaged? Is it right to make this development far more dense than we originally had envisaged or agreed at outline? Is there enough affordable housing within the additional 91 dwellings, given that the site as a whole is not policy compliant? Given that the additional dwellings would be over and above the local plan, is it right to squeeze them on this site, potentially jeopardising or putting at risk some of the good work that has gone before? I understand that this is a difficult decision for councillors. We all understand the need for additional housing and the pressure that we have on us as a council, but there are big questions whether this is the right way to deliver housing. We have never seen a reserve matters application without the 91 additional dwellings at this committee. So we're only looking at the reserve matters with the escalated houses in, which I think is unfair to councillors and our residents. So I oppose this application.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cohn. And just for clarity, if it went over 3 minutes, I just wanted to explain that the City Council, no, don't worry, the City Council do not restrict their local members, so I'll just let you speak, so that's fine. I think in view of the questions that we've had from Councillor Hoffman and Councillor Cohn, can I come to Ms Chubb to explain how we arrived at this plan? And just before we do, would you have... Sorry, Councillor Hoffman's got a hand up, I'm not sure what that's... Sorry, Councillor Hoffman, did you have spoken once, but did you want to say anything else?
Yes, I did say I didn't realise the additional houses would be part of this and therefore the S106. I did ask for clarification on that. So are we discussing the additional houses after this, or is this part of the additional housing?
It's a separate application, Councillor Hoffman.
That'll be after
I'll
this.
come back to you for that one.
Okay.
I
Thank
wasn't
you.
sure what Councillor Cohn was going to raise. He has raised matters which cover both applications. So what I'm going to do now is just ask Sarah Chubb to just explain to members how we've arrived at this situation so that we can understand that for both this application, the 332, and indeed perhaps look at the matters that relate to this, but it gives us the context. So, Sarah Chubb, thank you. And can you just remind me, Sarah, you're the urban design... Sorry.
Yeah, okay. Thank you,
yourself,
Chair.
please.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name's Sarah Chubb. I'm a Principal Urban Designer here as part of the Shared Planning Service. I've been working on this final phase right from the beginning, and we're really pleased that we're able to bring it forward to you today. Just to give you a bit of background to how we arrived at this point, we've been through an extensive and collaborative pre-application process with the applicant, where officers have really been in the driving seat to secure enhancements and benefits learning from the previous phases. A design-led approach has been taken to the uplift of this final phase to make the best use of the site whilst maintaining the high quality principles. And this really chimes with our spatial strategy of having good growth in the right places. The additional homes are well integrated into the master plan without compromising the quality of streets, spaces and amenities. And as been mentioned before, the master plan that you see today actually goes beyond the design code framework and beyond the outline foundation frameworks that were put in place. And we've secured enhancements to make more space for people, play and landscape. And some of these enhancements have been made through the rationalisation of space for vehicles, and we've been able to take cars out of spaces, we've been able to create car-free spaces, we've been able to create a green network, which is more in its amount, better connected throughout. And this approach really ensures that the site here delivers much needed homes, and like I said, is in a well-located urban extension, whilst aligning with really good placemaking principles. Thank you.
Thank you very much for giving us that context, Sarah. Right, so we've had both our local members speak, and I just wanted to reassure Councillor Hoffman, I will come back to you when we look at the other application as well. Councillor Smart.
So I just want to say, Chair, before we get going, in terms of your going back to Councillor Hoffman, we are the decision makers here, not other councillors who are speakers in this committee. So I think we are the people that should be asking questions and taking time up on the matter. I'm not quite clear on the matters that have been brought up by one of the speakers, the percentage of housing, affordable housing. So South Cambs policy is 40% affordable housing. Under the outline, this is 30%. Could I be reminded why that is? And then from that, South Cambs policy is of the 40%, or maybe for 30% in this case, that affordable would be 28% and shared ownership or something like that, 72%. Sorry, the other way around. Policy would be 70% affordable and 30% shared ownership. But in this case, it appears, unless I've missed something, it's sort of the other way around. The affordable is 28% and shared ownership is 72%. So what's going on there?
Kate, can you respond to that?
Thank you. The outline planning permission for Marley is indeed for 30% affordable housing. And that has been agreed, that's part of the decision. And that came about due to a viability issue on affordable housing when that outline application was being considered. So in this reserved matters application, the provision of 30% affordable housing is correct. That is what is required of this site. But of course, when we then look at the new full application for 91 dwellings, that isn't covered by the outline permission. So we have to look at that afresh. So for the 91 uplift, we're looking at the current policy of 40% affordable housing.
So that explains the change due to viability. Carry on, Councillor Smart.
So, sorry, just the second part of my question, through you, Chair, hasn't been clarified. So, as I understand it, South Cambs policy is, I'm sorry I got it round the wrong way the first time round, policy compliance is 70% affordable. So it's percentage of a percentage, of course, which is confusing in itself, but of the percentage, which in this case is 30%, of that percentage, 70% of that should be affordable and 30% should be shared ownership. But in your presentation, you reported that affordable would be 28% and shared ownership 72%. So that's the other way around, basically. So a lot less affordable housing.
I think I've seen this in the officer report. What page are we on? 14.7. Councillor Smart describes so let's just start from the beginning. You're right, the original percentage affordable in the South Cambs plan is 40%. But when the outline permission was agreed, it was reduced to 30% on grounds of viability. So that took the affordable down to 30% over the whole site on the outline plan, which this reserved matter has to comply with. So we've got 30% of affordable housing in this phase, and the 10-year split is given at 14.7. So it's 28% affordable rent and 72% shared ownership. Do you want to come back?
With all due respect, Chair, I prefer the officer to reply. So I'm reading from your policy online, from South Cambs policy. Our policy on affordable housing states that, forget the 40 or 30%, I'm not on about that, I'm on about the percentage of the percentage. So of the 30% that's now in force on this site, 70% should be affordable or social rented housing and 30% for shared ownership. Now, what's being presented here is basically the other way around, because it's affordable 28%, not 70, and shared ownership 72%, not 30. So why is it being reversed? Affordable housing is the thing we want more than shared ownership, if you're going to toss up between the two, and we're getting a lot less affordable housing on this site. Notwithstanding the fact that we've already reduced from 40 to 30% in the original percentage of the total amount of reduced price housing on this site, but of that percentage, the percentages of the percentages are not in line with South Cambs policy.
Can I ask Philippa Kelly just to respond briefly? And also I can see Councillor Dr. Richard Williams' hand is up, but
So
Philippa Kelly first.
So as I understand it, the 10-year split that's identified in paragraph 14.7 of the officer report was established as part of the outline principles when the outline application was granted. And you'll see that the housing officer has raised no objection to the scheme on page 28, paragraph 7.27. Talks at the bottom of that page about the viability issues at the time and how the outline application was approved with a 30%, 70% 10-year split in favour of the shared ownership. The application proposed is 28%, 72% split, which is slightly different to the split of the outline principles, but overall, the overall entire Marley site does balance out at a 30-70 split in favour of shared ownership. That has been established, and it's part of the parameters that was set under the outline approval.
Thank you, Councillor Smart.
I'm sorry to labour the point, but if that's the final answer from officers, that's totally unacceptable. It's bad enough that under the viability study at the time that it's reduced to 30% total. Just in case anyone's not understanding me, including residents listening to this, it's a percentage of a percentage. So we've of the total housing, 30% is some sort of reduced price housing. But then of that, that's divided up into two amounts. One is affordable rent and one is shared ownership, basically. And it should be about 70% affordable and 30% shared ownership. But it's the other way around. It's about 30%, i.e. 28% shared ownership, and about
We
70%.
understood what you pointed out the
It's
first
wrong.
time you mentioned it, and I understand what you're saying now. Can I just ask Councillor Dr. Toomey Hawkins if you've got a point to raise?
It's on this particular point. Basically, this site has come up in phases. On this one, yes, the 10-year split is 72-28 in favour of the shared ownership. But when you take this together with the rest of the site, we are conforming with the 30%,
yes,
affordable.
Okay.
Right? I understand where Councillor Smart is coming from. You're looking at this on its own. Yes, this is what we find on some of these big sites. The 10-year split tends to change depending on the phase that's coming forward when you look at it. In overall terms, we're meeting the policy.
Okay. So this
I don't think I've said this wrong, have I?
That's helpful. Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Smart, did you want to come back?
Well, it's an interesting point that the councillor raises. I'm aware that City Council is bringing forward a policy to have a total portfolio approach throughout the city of Cambridge in terms of affordable housing across all its developments. But I'm not aware of any South Cambs such policy. As far as I'm aware, that any policy that comes to this.
That's not what Councillor Hawkins said. What Councillor Hawkins said was that for the outline application, there was an approval, which at first sight appears the opposite way round of the 10-year split. But within this phase, This has been approved by our housing officers, and this means that overall the site does comply with the South Cambs local plan. I'm going to allow you one more query about this, and then we'll move on.
Well, all due respect, Chair, you interrupted me. I was speaking. So all I was going to say was, as I understand it, that we take it item by item. This is an application on the table, and that's what I'm referring to, the item that I'm looking at.
That's what we're talking about. I'm not quite sure. Anyway, Kate, did you want to come back on that at all?
Just one final thing is we almost don't have with this reserved matters, the affordable housing split has already been determined. It's not for us to debate under this reserved matters application. It was determined under the outline permission. So whatever we feel about it today, it's already been determined, I'm afraid.
Thank you very much, Kate, for that.
Yeah, can I just say the housing officer accepts this split as is, and that is what we need to consider today. Yep. Not some new thing coming forward, as like in the city, but what we have in front of us today.
That's
Thank
fine.
you.
We understand. Thank you, Councillor Hawkins, and thank you, Kate, for explaining that. Right. Okay. Councillor Dr. Richard Williams, I'm mindful that you need to leave at some point.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I've just got three shortish points, hopefully. The first one is just a query on something in the agenda on paragraph 14.6, page 33. On this table of the housing sort of mix, two-bed houses, it's 0, 0, but then it says combined 21. Am I right that actually it's 21 two-bed houses on the 91 houses? Because if I added up the numbers, that column doesn't add up to 91, it adds up to 70. So just clarify if that's the case. And it was on one of the slides as well. It was 0, 0. I think it should be 21. So there was that query. One query was about just something I didn't quite catch, and I hadn't picked up from the paper. So apologies if I did miss something. But planning officer mentioned parking spaces allocated to affordable homes as being 0.8. So I was wondering if that could be explained a little bit more, because it sounds from that, the natural inference would be that some affordable housing isn't going to get an allocated parking space, whereas all the other housing, the market housing, seems to be getting an allocated parking space, at least one. But I may have misunderstood. So if you could clarify what that 0.8 figure referred to and what the implication of it is. And then just a final point again on parking, which I often talk about, but just to reiterate what Councillor Hoffman said, it's not for the officers, it's not a criticism of the officers, this is a more general point, but I do think we need to be realistic on parking. We can say one parking space in these plans, but it doesn't mean people will only have one car. They might have two cars and they will park it somewhere else. I think we really need to start building houses that respond to real people's lives, not the version of the real people that we put in these plans, because just because we say one parking space doesn't mean they won't have two cars. But that's a general point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So could Kate possibly respond to the question about the table on page 33? I think I didn't quite catch it, but I think you were saying that the combined 21 should have been in the column under the 91 full. Is that right?
Yes, because if you add up all those numbers in that column, they come to 70, not exactly. 91.
So the 21 that's in the combined column looks, yes, Kate's nodding, of two-bedroom houses should actually be under the 91 full application as being added. Okay, right. The other one was parking spaces allocated. That refers to 0.8 per bed space, I think it is. But
there's a reference to 0.85 per affordable dwelling, but I just wanted some clarification.
Do you know where that was?
It wasn't in the pack. It was mentioned in the presentation.
Okay, yeah. Okay. And the other one was parking, and then the needs to be sufficient for the development. Okay, so Kate, over to for the 0.8.
Parking standards for this development are in the design code and also in the Cambridge East area policies. And when it comes to apartments, I apologise, I can't remember the figure off the top of my head, but I think it's something like 0.7 per dwelling parking spaces. It's less than it is for houses. And if you add up the number of parking spaces for the overall number of apartments, the figure is absolutely correct. It is policy compliant, but it does result in just under one parking space per apartment. Still policy compliant, but when some of the apartments are sold off, they will be sold with a parking space. So the knock-on effect of that is that the number of parking spaces for the remaining units will actually come down from that slightly. So it will be, those that are left will have a parking provision slightly below policy, but the relevant thing is that taken overall, it is policy compliant.
And indeed, I just wanted, if you wouldn't mind just clarifying, I know the quality panel looked at this application at a very early stage and amendments have happened since then, but I just wanted to refer to the reference from the quality panel on page 113 of our agenda at the top, towards the top of the page, where it says affordable housing is more likely to accommodate residents who have jobs that require use of a car or a van, and yet the lower 0.5 or 0.6 spaces per dwelling for parking would seem inadequate. And I just wondered if you can comment on that, please.
If it's okay, I'm going to try to provide a bit of clarity on it. It was something that we've discussed throughout the process about the balance of parking availability between market and affordable. And following, quality panel shared officers' concerns at the time, and following that, the actual ratio was increased for the affordable housing provision. So it was actually slightly lower when the quality panel reviewed it. The parking ratio was increased, and also the applicant undertook a parking survey across the whole of the previous phases to justify and or support or evidence that a lower parking ratio for smaller homes could be supported. The other thing to add to this is that there will be a car club available. It's a highly connected site. We absolutely understand that not everybody can cycle to their place of work, but this but we were satisfied with the ratio that we settled upon, and the housing officer as well was also involved in that conversation, and they were satisfied with the final amount.
Since you've raised that matter, you said this is a highly connected site. One of the things I wanted to raise is actually this isn't a highly connected site. It currently sits next to the park and ride site, but that will be moving. And it has connectivity to the city, yes, and to Newmarket, but there is no, for example, there are no buses towards Cherry Hinton or towards Addenbrooks. And I wondered if there was any room to actually require any public commitment to public transport. And I know Kate has drawn my attention to the provision that's under the, I think it's under the 91, the extra 91 application. So we'll refer to that there, but it isn't a terribly connected location, which is why so many people do have cars. So I think it's on page 259 of the other application, the Eastern Access, there's a provision of £26,500, but we'll come to that under that application. But can we just establish that the pattern of purchase and selling of these houses that will result in a decrease in availability for affordable housing? Can you just explain that to us again?
Just find the right section in my report. Just a moment, please.
The bit that I was looking at was page 20, paragraph 20.13, which is on page 44, and it leaves 13 spaces available for the 25 affordable rent units. I don't think that's the bit that Councillor Richard Williams was referring to, but I'm not sure.
apartment blocks. Block A, which is 1 and 2 bedroom apartments, will have 54 car parking spaces.
Kate, can you turn your microphone on, please? Sorry,
My
I'll start again.
apologies. Block A, 1 and 2 bedroom apartments. It would have a total of 54 car parking spaces for 66 apartments. And then Block B, also 1 and 2 bed apartments, would provide 82 parking spaces for 82 apartments, 5 of which are for disabled. Both Block A and B have car parking standards in accordance with the Design Code and the Cambridge East Area Action Plan. In the council's housing officer's comments, she expressed concern that Block A, that the sale of market units with a car parking space, if combined with the sale of shared ownership units with a parking space, would leave only 13 spaces available for 24 affordable units. Now, that takes into account the possibility that the body taking on the shared ownership units will want to allocate 1 space per unit, but that's up to them, and that happens at a later date. So we're looking at worst case scenario here. But nevertheless, the number of car parking spaces that are being provided, regardless as to who sells what at a later date, it meets the policy standards.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dr. Richard Williams.
Thank you for allowing me to come back, Chair. Can I just say one very quick thing? I just think it looks really bad that we are approving something here which is basically saying people in affordable housing are going to be at the back of the queue when it comes to parking. That's a really bad look for us, and I'm not comfortable with that at all, regardless of the overall policy position.
Thank you very much. Councillor Martin Smart.
Thank you, Chair. So we've got a couple of little things, and I'll finish with just wrapping up on my point about affordable housing. So service charges were mentioned, so I'm not quite sure if these are freehold or leasehold properties and whether we're interested in that, but there's been a lot of talk in the press over several years about people being ripped off on leasehold costs that go up. The picture on the screen that showed Beta, I think it was called, had a food van spot. Will there be electricity for those food vans? One of the speakers described this development as high density and medium density. So is that a correct interpretation of the way to describe this scheme as opposed to low density? And finally, my point about affordable housing, if you don't mind, Chair, I just want to quickly wrap up on that. So I've listened to and read with regard to that, especially 14.7 in the report. I am absolutely convinced, Chair, that the last sentence in 14.7, which says that the application is therefore policy compliant, is false. It is not policy compliant, because if it was policy compliant, it would be 70-30, not 30-70. It needs to be 30% affordable, 70% affordable, and 30% shared ownership. It is not that. So, regardless of the difference between 28 and 30 and 72 and 70, and the fact that the agreement's already been made in the previous application to agree 30% then split up between those two types of affordable rent and shared ownership, this last sentence is not true. It's not policy compliant, because South Cam's policy is to have 70% affordable and 30% shared ownership. So I'll be voting against the scheme.
Councillor Smart, can I just refer you, in that sentence, it says, whilst not being in accordance with the outline permission, when taken as a whole for Marley, the scheme provides the agreed 30 to 70% 10-year split. And I think that's the point that Councillor Hawkins made.
Chair, I mean, I completely understand that, Chair. There are several different aspects to this, and I completely concur with what you're saying there, but it's the wrong way round. Policy compliance for South Cams requires 70% affordable and 30% shared ownership. If the scheme isn't going to deliver that, then that's fine, but it's not policy compliant. You can't make up policy on the hoof. The policy is the policy. You've not delivered policy. So if it's not going to be policy, that's fine. You can vote on that, but you're not going to be voting on a scheme that's policy compliant.
I'm just going to take a couple of minutes to just check this because I want to be sure. Shall I take a comment from the? Can I just? Do you want to come forward? Do you want to raise a point, Mr. Cobley?
We just wanted to come back on the affordable housing point because there seems to be a little bit of confusion about sort of what's being considered under this application and the situation historically. So obviously, members are considering a reserve matters application, which is under the framework of the outline permission that was granted in 2016. The outline permission was granted subject to a Section 106 agreement, which dictated the level of affordable housing. And as you heard from officers, there was a viability assessment which informed the agreed package of affordable housing. So at that time it was agreed that rather than 40% and the normal sort of tenure mix, that the outline consent was granted with 30% affordable housing provision with the tenure split in favour of shared ownership rather than affordable rent. So that's the position of the outline consent. And the reserve matters application obviously is dictated by that in terms of the provision of affordable housing. I think the other point that's sort of causing confusion is that the reserve matters application that's before you is part of a jigsaw of the whole Marley development. So it needs to accord with the outline consent, but it can only play its part in terms of the 332 units. So I think the answer to the councillor's question is that the outline consent was accepted with the affordable health offer at the time, and it was considered policy compliant because of the viability assessment, and that dictated the tenure mix which has been proposed under this application. The reason why you've got the slight imbalance in terms of the 70-30 split is because this phase 3 only forms a part of the whole, but when you take the 1,300 units with this phase, you get to the 70-30 split compliant with the outline consent. I hope that sort of clarifies the questions that have been raised.
Thank you, Mr. Cobley, and that is indeed what Councillor Dr. Hawkins raised. I just one moment, I'd like to just clarify with officers for one moment. Please just bear with me. So, members, sorry, just to be clear, I've conferred with the planning delivery officer, and it has been confirmed to me that whilst this appears, and I'm directing this to Councillor Smart, to be counterintuitive, in fact, what is written at 7.27 on page 28 is correct. Due to the viability issues, the outline application was approved with a 30 to 70% tenure split in favour of shared ownership. And that this application provides 28% affordable rent and 72% shared ownership, which does not accord with the outline application. However, that's just simply by the difference between 28 and 30 and 70 and 72. However, taking the whole scheme into account but not including phase 3B, the scheme will provide the 30%, 70% 10-year split in favour of shared ownership. So I appreciate it's counterintuitive and I'm struggling with it, but I am assured by officers that the overall Marley site remains in compliance with the outline planning permission. Councillor Gilderdale?
Sorry, my question then is at 14.7, if we're complying with the outline consent, even though that has been set previously, and even though that has been reduced by the 10% and the weight has been given to shared ownership, just because that outline consent has been agreed, does that mean that the outline consent, it becomes the policy that we're working to? So therefore, we say it's policy compliant, even though it's policy compliant for that outline consent, but it's not policy compliant for the local plan policy.
Councillor, sorry.
I think that's where the confusion is.
Kelly will explain.
That's correct. And if I can say that it does cause confusion as written in 14.7, I would suggest that the last sentence should read, the application is therefore policy compliant with the outline permission. And which is what you're looking to ensure, that that reserve matters application is in accordance with the principles, the parameters set under the outline consent and the Section 106 agreement at that time, which may differ now from the current policy provision. But what is important is to ensure that it is in accordance with the outline permission.
Yeah. Right, okay, having resolved that rather complicated issue, Councillor Porrer.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a bit of a list that hopefully won't need to come back. Firstly, could we include an informative about letterboxes? I'm assuming it's the same in South Cambridge, that those in flats are accessible from the outside, not just for those of us delivering leaflets, but for all the poor Deliveroo drivers who have to ring the first bell and try and get in. Condition 40 talks about non-residential water use only having to hit 03 credits. I wondered why that wasn't 05. I think I'm right. I'm missing Councillor Thornborough here. She's very good on this, but I didn't think that was the highest. I do reiterate what some of the ward councillors said about parking restrictions. We found on larger sites, you have to put them in before people start parking, because it's all very well to say we're going to have controlled parking, but what actually happens is you build the houses, people start parking before they're enforced or before they're adopted. So I'd like to know if the officers could consider something about sort of phasing that as needing to come forward concurrent with the houses being built rather than with the last house being moved into. Because otherwise,
which condition was that?
I'm not sure. That's what I was asking.
Right, okay.
It's just whether we could accommodate that, because I just think in terms of sustainable travel and things, people will buy more cars if there's somewhere to park them. And actually, it's not fair to then yellow line it later. So let's get that in early.
That's 36, management and maintenance.
It is disappointing that we still have some single aspect, but I appreciate their policy compliant. But I do welcome the fact the affordable are dual aspect, which I have to say we haven't seen in all the city sites. So that's very welcome. And at least there is some mitigation, but it is a shame. I share the concerns of Councillor Williams about the affordable houses having, or flats having the least access to parking. I don't know whether there's anything officers could do. I think Kate mentioned the S106 hadn't been sort of finalised for those. Or even to share it with the shared ownership. I don't know, it just seems really bad that the market and the shared will get sold first and then the affordable will not have somewhere for a car, when those are probably the people who need it most. Just want to check, I'm assuming that trees are being replaced for the ones that are lost. I'm taking that as a given, but I'd just be grateful if officer could just confirm that we're not. It's really welcome that there's going to be water butts. I think I raised that on one of the pre-apps. For the houses, I would urge the developer to consider downpipes to the flats, because then you can also add a water butt. Appreciate we can't insist on that, but maybe an informative, because if you have a downpipe through a flat balcony, it gives people access to rainwater as well. Condition 36 talks about management. I wonder if we could have something about reasonable management charges. So I can't remember, it might have been Councillor Smart mentioned that we have these issues sometimes where management charges are considerably higher for what is potentially a couple of dead trees, whereas I think we need this to be robust. I'm sure the developers will want to, as they're responsible for the whole site. And two more.
I think that's 36.
One, why are we only getting passive charging for the flats parking and not active? That's 20.17. And finally, we do have a car club space, but we've only got one. And actually for 330 odd houses, that is not going to be anywhere near enough to encourage people to use it. So I would, again, we can't enforce it, but I would urge the developers to look at whether there could be more car club. Because I think once you get a critical mass, you will have people using it. And then, as Councillor Williams said, people won't need to buy cars if they have an alternative. But only one is not going to be sufficient. But it is good that it's there. Thank you. Sorry, Chair, that was quite a long list, but hopefully quite easy.
Can we just go through which ones those are then? So these, because this is a reserved matters application, these conditions have been carried over from the outline. So, you know, these are conditions that have previously been agreed. So we may not be able to change them, but we can ask. So, right, I had letterboxes accessible at ground floor. And I don't know where quite, that might be on finishing, mightn't it? I'm not sure where that would fit.
We often add an informative at City just to remind them that,
yes.
So they shouldn't be indoors. You shouldn't have to buzz to get to a letterbox. They should be outside the flats.
There's some security issues about that though, aren't there? So, or maybe indoors, but they should be accessible. Yeah.
If I may come in, just I've tried to collect the proposals. Two new informatives relating to letterbox accessibility and downpipes for flats to encourage water butt installation. I also picked up proposed condition 4, which relates to non-residential water efficiency, and I do take your point about, as written, it only requires 3 credits for water efficiency. I don't know the answer as to why we're not seeking the full 5. With your approval, Chair,
yes.
could we ask the applicant if they would
Yes.
be comfortable
Certainly
with securing the full 5 credits for water efficiency for the commercial buildings?
Is this?
This is condition, was it condition?
It's not 4.
40.
Oh, 40. Oh, yes, condition 40. Can I ask
non-residential water efficiency?
So currently is the non-residential buildings hereby approved shall not be used or occupied until a water efficiency specification based on the BREEAM WAT 01 water calculator methodology has been submitted and approved in writing. And the question we're asking is, would you be prepared to go up to whatever the current level of WAT 01
the full 5 credits for water efficiency?
Or just clarify what the policy position is on it.
Well, I would counter that by saying that we've received the ministerial statement on water scarcity.
I understand, yeah.
Local planning authorities are being encouraged to go above and beyond water efficiency in local plans, and members have raised the point today about achieving the full 5 credits.
Yeah, sorry, just to clarify, I'm not saying I'm not agreeing to it. Can I just first check what the policy position is? Is it 2? I have 2 in my mind. But the request is if we would accept 5. Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Can I just confirm for my own, you're happy to go to WAT 05, are you?
Yes, sorry, it was just
Splendid.
It was just to confirm.
Yeah.
I understood the current
No,
policy
that's-
position, but we will commit to 5. Yeah.
Thank you very much, that's helpful. So you're happy to go up to WAT 05. That's great, super. Then back to you, Philippa, we were on to parking. Okay, the next one I had was, I think, Councillor Porry, you were referring to condition 36. I think it was that, I wondered if it was 36, but it's the business of setting up a parking management plan before you get to very many people living there, because otherwise people set up bad habits of parking on what will eventually be a pavement or a cycle lane. So is there who can we clarify with about that? Is it 36, management and maintenance of streets? I mean, is there going to be a parking control plan for this? Kate, can you advise us, is there a current plan for parking management?
There's parking management and maintenance throughout Marley.
Have you got your, yeah, oh, you got your
So
microphone.
far, and this would be effectively a continuation of what already exists, and the requirement for putting forward the proposed arrangements for the future management and maintenance of the streets is that it's prior to first occupation. Also to bear in mind that the majority of the streets in this scheme are to be adopted, so we're just looking at the private streets.
Well, no, you still need parking management on the adopted streets, don't you? Can we just put in an informative, sorry, did you say that the current management plan already says prior to first occupation? Or are we putting that in as an informative for this phase?
But actually, the condition 36 starts off prior to first occupation. Details are to be submitted for approval.
But I sort of thought this looked like maintenance, not actually parking management.
Right, sorry, I thought we were looking at
parking
condition
management.
36.
Well, sorry, that was me, because I was trying to see where would we fit this thing about parking management in. And I wanted to be sure that any question was, A, is there an existing parking management plan, which I suspect there may not be at Marley, I don't know. But can we ask for a parking management condition, because it is a problem at Marley? Or can we change it because it's a reserve? You know,
it's in our gift to update, I would suggest, proposed condition 36 to also require details of a parking management strategy within the remit of that condition.
So adding an element relating to parking management strategy. Councillor Porra?
Just the main problem seems to be the roads that aren't adopted till right at the end, and what happens is people start moving in before they're adopted, and you can see it on some of even our council sites in the city. So it's that idea that the owners can make sure it's managed even before the yellow lines are being patrolled by the county officers, because you have this big gap between the point where it's adopted.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's just anything we do, even an informative, just because it will make for a much nicer...
No, I definitely think we should put it under 36, because this is prior to first occupation details, So at least it gets that in at an early stage, so that's good. Can I just note that Councillor Dr Richard Williams has had to leave, so he will be included. Okay, right. Okay, the next bit was Councillor Richard Williams mentioned this business about the affordable housing and having access. Oh, you know, sorry, Councillor Porra raised this. Is there any room to adjust the S106 to adjust this business of only what's left being allowed as parking for the affordable housing? I think that's the gist of it, isn't it? Kate, do you know if we have any space on that, or any flexibility on that?
I know that the developer wishes to sell their units off with the parking space, and that's their standard practice. And I also know from the council's housing strategy officer that when the affordable housing provider takes over some of those units, they will expect to take on a parking space per unit. So this is the practice of the developer in setting off the units, and the practice of the affordable housing provider. I don't know whether we would have difficulty in getting an affordable housing provider without them being able to take on, to let their units with a space each. I'm just wondering whether it's possible to say that none of the spaces could be allocated and have a condition that says that for all of them, so that neither the developer nor the affordable housing provider can have specific spaces per unit, and that have a condition that says none of them could be allocated. I think that would be a valid condition. It may well be appealed against, we may well have difficulty with an affordable housing provider, but I think from a very basic planning point of view, I think we could put on such a condition if we felt strongly enough. But I'm sure that our strategic housing officer would not be happy with me suggesting that we could do that.
So what I observe in developments where parking is not allocated per dwelling, it becomes a problem. Equally, I know that in some places where parking is constrained, I've always understood this in smaller locations, sometimes parking isn't allocated because it's a case of it's sort of being first come, first served sort of thing. Members, do we, I think I understood you, you're very clear about that, but I'm struggling to understand. Is there a point at which we could say there must be a certain number reserved for the affordable housing?
Well, there is a condition that says that there must be spaces, that the disabled parking spaces shall not be allocated to any specific unit.
We've got the 3 parking spaces for the disabled in Block A and the 5 car parking spaces for the disabled in Block B shall retained as unallocated spaces. So they'll be designated as disabled users, but not allocated to any specific apartment. But what about the affordable housing? Is there any way that when the market housing gradually uses up the parking spaces, is there a point beyond which we say, no, these must be reserved, these remaining X spaces must be reserved for the affordable housing? Even if it's not, I can't remember what the shortfall in numbers is.
The shared ownership are the ones that the affordable housing provider will want to have an allocated parking space for.
And how many is that?
I don't recall off the top of my head. Does it say in my report?
Here we are.
13, would leave 13 spaces
Yes.
available for 25 affordable rent units.
Members, this is at paragraph 20.13. If that's the one you're referring to, yeah. So that's half a space-ish per affordable rent unit. Sorry, yeah, Councillor Smart?
Yeah, I've got some other things to say, but on this, so I'm familiar with the policy in the city on car parking spaces. I don't know what the policy with the county, with South Cambs is. Do you have the same policy, like you don't need any car parking spaces policy-wise, in which case we wouldn't have a leg to stand on if we made this a condition. And secondly, just on a practical level, in the way that in offices, I think the standard thing is to have 0.7 desks per employee, because not everyone's in the office all the time, although of course that's changed with COVID. In the same way with car parking, not everyone's going to have a car, so a percentage of one per person is probably sensible. So what's the problem really? Obviously it's nice to have lots of car parking spaces, I suppose, but we have to sort of cut our cloth, don't we really?
Councillor Porrer.
I do tend to agree with Councillor Smart. That's why I was asking, because the frustration is that it is policy compliant, because it's over the thing that's really annoying is basically we're giving the best parking spaces to the market housing, followed by shared ownership, so the poorest people won't get them. But I am, like Councillor Smart, struggling to see how that would be a reject on those grounds. I suppose it's something to note for officers in future, that certainly So several of us on this panel feel quite strongly that this is not a good way to go forward, but I do understand the officer's concern, because if we put them to the affordable, then we may not get a person to do the shared ownership. It's just frustrating. That's why I was wondering if there's any way we could tweak something, and if we can't, much as it grates, I feel it is still policy compliant, unfortunately. And I would urge maybe the applicants to talk to officers after this meeting, were this to be approved, to just see if there is some kind of way. Because also, if the disabled spaces are absolutely not allocated, then you could have market houses with 2 spaces. I mean, obviously, if they have disabled need, that's completely justified, but actually, you know, it could compound the problem. So I'm personally don't think it's enough to reject.
No.
I would if I could, but I can't.
No.
But I do think it's something maybe to look at. Just otherwise we may end up with unsellable affordable.
Yes, okay. Councillor Khan?
It's a bit relevant to this, but I think it's worth considering. Our experience in Orchard Park has been a lot of houses are converted to HMOs. And you've got 7 3-bedroom houses which in this unit. Now that could, if each of them comes with an HMO, you've got 21 cars. So it could be a problem. In terms of looking at the parking, are we able to ask for withdraw planning permitted development rights for HMOs and require people to put in a planning application? It may not prove a problem, in which case a planning application will go through, but we can't know in advance. I just wonder whether that's possible.
Withdraw planning development rights for which?
For the 3-bedroom houses, so
For
that
the
they
3.
couldn't be converted to HMOs without applying for planning permission, or would that not be practical? I just wondered. I don't know if it's practical in a reserved matters application.
Well, I mean, but there's a number of different sizes of houses, any one of which might be approved to, converted to. Yes. Sorry. There's all sorts of things being suggested here, which we ought to just rationalise. But Councillor Hawkins?
Thank you. Just to further to Councillor Khan's point, rather than withdraw, whatever you call it. Thank you, PD rights, right?
Permitted development rights.
The area could be an Article 4, could be designated as an Article 4 area, which means you need to apply for planning permission to turn it into an HMO, rather than withdraw their PD rights. I would rather not withdraw their PD rights, but make an Article 4 area. Yeah?
Sorry, just to clarify, you're saying the area, but I'm not quite sure which area you mean, could be covered by an Article 4 provision, which means anybody wishing to convert to an HMO needs to seek
Correct.
permission.
You could say Mali is Article 4 area.
Okay, yes. Can I just seek advice from officers here? We've got a suggestion from Philippa Kelly. So.
Thank you, Chair. Hearing the dialogue and the concerns about conversions to HMOs, my suggestion would be that we could include an additional condition which controls the use of the dwelling houses to use class C3, and so therefore any change to a C4 use, which is a house in multiple occupation, would require planning permission, essentially taking away the permitted development rights to convert those properties.
So it requires, before any conversion is made, it requires planning permission. That might solve Councillor Khan's request. Right, as regards the parking, we've talked around that one quite a bit, but my feeling is that given that it's compliant, I don't think we can do anything about it, except, as Councillor Porra asked, maybe ask Kate Poyser to have further discussions with the applicant to consider if there's any inventive and brilliant way of managing this so that we don't end up with all the affordable housing not having sufficient parking. But I think that's all we can do at this stage. Members, are we happy to move on from that? I haven't got any other questions to raise. I had a couple, which I'll come to, if I may, in no particular order. I just wanted to ask, under 35 water butts, there's reference to a slow release water butt, and I had no idea what that was. somebody could explain, that'd be really great.
I'm guessing it's so it doesn't trickle out fast, it's just a steady tap.
But you'd normally, it's a collecting vessel, and you'd normally pour the water out into a watering can. Slow release seems weird to me. Anyway, maybe we don't bother about that one. I just wanted to make sure that there was sufficient parking for cargo bikes, and I think you gave us like 4 spaces or 3 or 4 spaces in each of the floors, so that was okay. The other one was the trees one. Yes, there was a question about under the third-party representations at paragraph 8 on page 30, 2 representations had been received objecting to the loss of trees, and there was a question somewhere along the line saying, will these trees be replanted somewhere? And I just wanted to establish whether they would be.
Yes, there would be far more trees being proposed to be planted than there will be lost, far more.
Good. Okay, I'm happy to take that. The other one was, and it's a general point, well, it relates back to that earlier point about enhancing the condition 36 for a parking management plan. We know, don't we, that parking already in many of our developments which have high density is problematic, and it was a request that that parking management plan should take effect from, you know, first occupation on the this phase 3, because otherwise what we'll have is people parking, you know, in front of drives, you know, and block and on, you know, we need some double yellow lines in place. What I'm mindful of, you can't put double yellow lines in until the road has been finished, but could we please get parking management of some description in and agreed with officers at before first occupation? The other one I just wanted to raise directly with the applicants is, elsewhere we've looked at other applications in other locations and we have objected, not actually, but we have said we do not like open space for play being overlaid with attenuation ponds, partly because they do not necessarily drain very well, and so that can mean if there's heavy rain and it does fill up with water, that area can't be used for play for a very long time, and also sometimes even when the water has drained away, it's still very muddy at the bottom, so it's not appropriate to overlay these 2 things on each other. And also because, in my own experience, because an attenuation pond does sometimes fill with water, most parents tell their children with utmost ferocity not to go anywhere near that pond because they don't want the children to drown. And so a lot of children don't want to play in an area like that because they're fearful of it. And that's right and proper because there are risks associated with that. So I would just like to say that in your next wonderful development, please could you not overlay attenuation ponds with areas of play. It is not appropriate to do it, and I object to it quite strongly. But anyway, hey-ho, that's the way the outline's gone. But that's, as long as we can have that heard. Right, Councillor Garvey.
Can the traffic management plan take into account a route for a bus through the settlement?
I don't think it can, because I think the bus route will be along Newmarket Road.
Okay.
However, thank you for reminding me. That was the other thing I wanted to ask about transport was, is there any room to amend the S10? Oh, sorry. Is the 26,500, which has been allowed for in the other application? No, I'll raise it then. Public transport, sorry, okay, getting mixed up. Okay, I can't see any other questions apart from Councillor Smart. Oh, sorry, and afterwards, Councillor Hawkins. Okay, thank you, sorry.
Yeah, there were 3 questions I asked earlier, but I think they got lost under the weight of the affordable housing question. So there was a point about service charges, which might have been covered off by Councillor Poor, in fact, in the end, about freehold stroke leasehold and what is it. The second one was on the beta picture, you showed food vans. Is there electricity available for those? And if there's not, there should be. And Councillor Hoffman described it as high density stroke medium density. Is that a fair analysis? Maybe Sarah might like to answer that question, I'm not sure. And just one other, I can't find anywhere in the report any table on space standards, but maybe you don't put a table in, but I presume it all conforms with space standards, I hope.
That's referred to in the 91. Yes, Kate or Sarah, Kate, did you want to come back? So I wasn't quite sure what it was you were asking about. Well, service charges first, let's go with that one.
Service charges, all of the affordable houses would be positioned on adoptable roads, so there wouldn't be any service charge with regard to the maintenance of the streets. There would be service charges relating to landscaping, etc., for residents.
Okay. And Beta Park, what was your point? The hookup, the electrical hookup. Yep.
Food vans, there is a condition that requires an electrical hookup to be provided for any food vans there.
Thank you. And
density.
I'm not sure. There's a paragraph in the report somewhere, isn't there?
I've actually got a slide that I was going to use later on, but we can have a look at that now if you like. Yes, here's one I made earlier. So here we are. Phase 1, if we look at this holistically for the whole of Marley, phase 1 is 33 dwellings per hectare. Now our policy is aiming for 40 dwellings per hectare. So phase 1 is below that, 33 dwellings per hectare. Phase 2 is a lot above that, at 75 dwellings per hectare. Phase 3 is absolutely on the nose of 40 dwellings per hectare, but the whole of Marley site would be 42 dwellings per hectare. So the housing density for policy 3 is policy compliant.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Did you want to come in, Sarah?
Hopefully I can just put these numbers into context about what that means in relation to your question, Councillor Smart. Is it high density or not? So I would say the numbers that we're settling upon here is a responsible density in the sense of it's balancing efficient use of land with livability. So we've looked to increase the livability of the site with the uplift. 42 dwellings per hectare is actually not particularly high on the scheme of things. The overall densities on Clay Farm are slightly higher than that, around about the mid-50s. Surprisingly enough, people will be shocked to know that Derby Street in Newnham, the net density of those terrace homes is 90 dwellings per hectare. So its density numbers can sometimes say something, but it doesn't reveal the whole picture. So I think the conclusion is this is a responsible density here.
Okay, thank you very much. Right, so, sorry, Councillor Hawkins. Sorry, and just before we go on from that, the reason I'm hesitating is because it refers to the national space standards in the next application, but as I understand it, can Sarah or Kate confirm that it does actually meet the national space standards?
Yes, all dwellings will meet those standards. Thank you.
Thank you. Perhaps that addresses that. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll be quick. Just wanted to make sure that you've gone back to Councillor Hoffman on all the points that she raised. Then number 2, I know we talked about letterboxes being available for the flats, but could we have an informative that letterboxes are not put on outdoor houses at the bottom? Please? Normal level, yeah?
So I think we said no lower than 40 centimetres or something.
Just reiterating.
What is it? Well, that is. It takes it up to sort of tummy height, as it were.
Yeah, and last but not least, I will be naughty again and say, now that we've talked about it all, can we please move to a decision? Thank you.
Well, we all need to raise our concerns, don't we? Okay, so we've got those informatives in place, are we? So, okay, Councillor Porrow?
Sorry, Councillor Pitt, just one thing. I just asked why there was only passive EV charging for flats and not live ones, because I thought we did have to have a proportion.
Ask that, Kate. Kate, can you... Is it, do you know which condition that was?
Where did I write it down? 20.17, it just says, 20.18, beg your pardon, EV active charging for houses and passive provision for apartments, whereas I thought we had to provide a certain, well, maybe in the city I thought we had to provide a certain portion of shared parking.
45.
Page 45.
I think this reflects the condition that was approved under the outline, but perhaps Kate can advise us?
Right, I'm not exactly sure. I know this is a common condition where it separates the two, and that apartments we ask for passive provision. It may be to do with the potential of different owners and the difficulty relating to that, I suspect, but I'm not certain, to be honest.
I'm just frantically going back through the conditions that were associated with the outline. Yes?
Chair, I'd be very happy for officers to take that away just to be sure, because obviously if the outline did say you had to have a certain proportion. Because my concern is if we leave it as passive, then the tenants in the flats potentially might have to pay to put in the necessary. Whereas, so I mean, I'd be happy to delegate that to officers that if there is a way of making that a little bit more robust, that's consistent. Because I couldn't find it in the outline ones.
Yes, so. I think perhaps people have got slightly less anxious about high-speed charging because most people charge overnight or when they're there. But anyway, yeah, I take your point. Can we...
Can we take that away?
Can we take that away? Are members happy that officers take that away? Can we just clarify what is meant by passive? I assumed that meant... Well, what does it mean?
It's providing the cables and the infrastructure all being put in ready for the actual charging units to be put on.
Thank you very much. Thanks for reminding me of that. Okay, so the infrastructure is there, and it just means that whoever takes on that space has to pay for the final connection and... But sometimes that relates to the type of vehicle anyway, so, you know, it might be that that's relevant. Councillor Khan, I can see you've got your hand up as well.
Very briefly, I'm not sure what's in the building regulations now. I thought you had to provide electric charging to each property, but that might be a separate issue. But I just wondered whether you've got information on that would be useful to know.
I think this is relating to the original outline planning, and it's carrying over. Kate, did you want to come back in?
It's not in the original outline planning because times are moving on very fast. So it's a condition for the reserve matter.
Okay, thank you very much. So at least the infrastructure would be put in, and then if people needed it, they would need to install the actual charging point themselves. Right, we're happy with that? Do we wish for anything else? I think, okay, right. Let's go to a vote then, members. But before we do that, let's get the summary from Philippa with the amendments.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to refer to the amendment sheet and also the officer recommendation, which you'll find on page 54 of your agenda. So the recommendation is to approve this reserved matters application 23-04930 REM. It's a two-part recommendation. First of all, approve, as in Lim 1, the planning conditions and informatives as detailed in section 29 of the officer report. With an amendment to condition 6 on your amendment sheet, the Clerk of Works condition, that condition is split into two with additional landscape monitoring and completion work condition 44. With an amendment to condition 4, which is the non-residential water efficiency condition to secure the full 5 credits for water efficiency. With an amendment to condition 36 to be updated to include reference to parking management strategy. With an additional condition to restrict the conversion of residential dwellings to houses in multiple occupation.
Sorry, the 36 was before the first occupation.
It already is
okay,
before first occupation. Yeah. An additional informative relating to letterbox accessibility and heights. An additional informative relating to downpipes for flats to encourage water butts installation, and also a review of EV passive charging provision for apartments officers to see if we can secure active provision for the apartments. Delegated authority in all cases to the officers to carry through the minor amendments to the conditions and informatives and to include others considered appropriate and necessary. And Lim 2 of the recommendation on page 54, the prior completion of a planning obligation by deed under section 106 and section 106A as appropriate to secure the necessary modifications to the 2016 agreement, to release those obligations no longer required as a consequence of this approval, and to the new planning obligations specified in this report as relevant, with delegated authority to officers to include other relevant planning obligations necessary to make the proposal acceptable in planning terms, and to negotiate, settle and complete such planning obligation in consultation with the Chair and Vice Chair of JDCC. That's the first vote now.
Can I just check, did that include these?
Yes, yes.
You did, okay. Right, so members, can I ask for those in favour of those recommendations? Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And those against? 1. Okay, that is the total of the number of people here. Yep. Okay, so there's nobody else.
And can we move on to the second limb?
And then the second limb?
So the second part of the recommendation you'll find at the top of page 55 of the officer report, and that's to approve the part discharge of the number of planning conditions on the outline consent S268213OL in relation to this reserved matters parcel only. You'll see the conditions as listed in the table, or to approve. Thank you.
So members in favour of those, that recommendation on page 55? So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Thank you. And against? 1. Thank you. Thank you, members. Right, that's very helpful. We're at 2:49. Does anybody want a break?
10-minute break.
Yep. Is that what tea? Was that tea? Tea break? Okay. Let's take. It's 49. So let's take until 5 or 5:02. please, then. So, we're now coming to the final one of our applications today, which is on page 227 of our agendas and was originally agenda item 8. It is 23/04936/FUL, and this refers to the application for the construction of 91 new homes as a modification to the outline planning application to increase the overall unit numbers across the site to 1391 homes. So, I hand over to Kate to present, please. Thank you, Kate.
Right, thank you. I'll just quickly run through, before I get started on the presentation, I'll just quickly run through the updating that was sent out to you. First of all, with regard to the report, paragraph 24.4, this is the heads of terms. This is really more of a matter of clarification. Under the heading of highways, eastern access, there are several items that amount to a final contribution. And to clarify, the New Market Road cycle scheme relates to the GCP Eastern Access Project, and the Chisholm Trail Cycle Bridge refers to the Stourbridge Common Cycle Bridge. Sums of money are unchanged, they're just different terms that the County Council are now using for these projects. And to move on to the presentation, this is the full application for the 91 homes over and above the 1,300 allowed under the outline planning permission. Now the site plan shows how the 21 homes are arranged in 8 groups and dispersed among the 332 reserved matters dwellings. Dispersing them like this is in the interest of a more cohesive urban design and for avoiding the clustering of affordable housing. You can see from this that the homes rely on the surrounding application for its infrastructure, including access roads. If I can just zoom in a bit. Just remembering how to zoom. Here we go. There we are. You can see the groups. So it's these groups, these smaller red outlined areas. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Elevations. This slide shows some of the streets that lie within the area of Phase 3 site picked out in the top plan over here. Just get my pointer. As you can see over here. And if you look at this plan here, it shows you which one is being referred to. And as you can see, it just fits in with these 332 reserved matters. It illustrates that it would not be apparent that the completed scheme contains homes from 2 different applications. Affordable housing. The required 40% affordable housing required for this site equates to 36 dwellings. The table sets out how this is to be provided. The application is policy compliant. Housing density, we've seen this one before, but I'll run through it again. Phase 3, 33 dwellings per hectare. Phase 2, 75 dwellings per hectare. Phase 3, what we're looking at today, is 40 dwellings per hectare. So the overall figure for the whole of Marley is 42 dwellings per hectare. The housing density for Phase 3 is policy compliant. Sustainability. This application has similar sustainability credentials to the Reserve Matters application for 332 homes. All apartments will be energy efficient mechanical ventilated heat recovery with cooling function. Fabric first approach to reduce heat loss, air source heat pumps to all, solar panels across the development, 100 litres per person per day, and all homes on this site are dual aspect. Planning obligations and heads of terms. This application generates a requirement for planning obligations to offset the impacts of the development. The full list of obligations is set out in the heads of terms table in the committee report. This is a list of financial contributions. So Eastern Access, the three elements, would result in a sum of 275,295. Community development, this is to keep on a community development officer for longer, is 17,112 and 91 pence. Community grant fund is 1,137 and 50 pence. Indoor sport, it's a requirement to provide £37,053. Indoor bowls, 1,545. Open space management, 25,928 and 65 pence. For swimming pool, go towards a swimming pool is 44,912. Primary care, £78,800. This is meets the requirements of a primary care provider's request. And waste bins, £270 a house. Apartments, £350 for a 1,100 litre bin. And towards a refuse vehicle, £112 per dwelling unit, which is standard what we're asking for. These obligations are recommended to be secured as a variation to the 2016 Section 106 agreement. The recommendation before you is that permission be granted subject to conditions, the new planning obligations and amendments to the Section 106, to the 2016 Section 106 agreement as set out in the officer report. And just to leave you with this last slide, it is an illustration of the landscape space between blocks A and blocks B. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Kate. I'll kick off with one. I'm sure I'll come up with others later. But on page 263 in the table of proposed... Oh, sorry. Thank you very much, Sarah. Sorry. And again. Mr. Cobley, would you like to speak as agent? Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. It's been quite a long day. So. This full planning application proposes to increase the total number of permitted dwellings at Marley by 91 to enable the provision of a total of 1,391 new homes within the new community. The homes will form part of Phase 3, which has been designed as a comprehensive scheme.
Mr. Cobley, because you're reading, you're speaking very quickly. Could you just slow down a wee bit? Thank you.
I'm sort of too used to having the sort of fret of the timer, so I will slow down. The homes will comprise a mix of 1, 2, 3 and 4 bedroom houses and apartments and include 40% affordable provision and custom build plots. The increase in homes accords with the policy aspirations for the area set by the Cambridge East Area Action Plan and South Cambridgeshire Local Plan and will help to demonstrate efficient use of former Northworks brownfield site as required by national policy. The uplift will result in a total density of 40 dwellings per hectare in Phase 3, in comparison to an overall density of 42 dwellings per hectare across Marley. This density accords with the aspirations of the approved design code and will ensure that the Phase 3 is seamlessly integrated into the new community. The additional dwellings will also contribute towards local needs and make the best use of the new open space, infrastructure and facilities that are being delivered as part of the Marley scheme. Where increased demand has been created, new facilities have been designed into the scheme and additional Section 106 contributions towards transport infrastructure, community services, sports facilities, healthcare and waste services have been agreed. The new homes within this application have been designed with the same commitments to design quality, energy efficiency, water use reduction, climate change mitigation and sustainability as in Phase 3A. We believe that this application proposes a suitable uplift in dwellings at Marley, which will ensure the scheme and provide many community benefits. We hope that you're now able to support your officer's recommendation to approve the application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right. I'll go in the opposite order this time. So, Councillor Cohn, did you want to speak first?
Thanks very much, Chair. I'll try and be brief because I think I've sort of covered the points in the previous item, really. You know, I've said that, you know, it's above outline. It's not required as part of the local plan. It's above residents' expectations. The density across the whole site is now not policy compliant. You can say it's policy compliant in this phase, but across the site, by putting an additional 91 houses in, we are now 42, not 40 houses per hectare, so that is not compliant across the site. The housing element, I'm pleased that you know, the applicant has looked at the fact that they've only delivered 30% housing on the rest of the development and offered 40% on only the 91. But actually, as a council, we could be asking for much more. This is additional. Maybe we could be asking for 91 affordable houses to make up the shortfall on the rest of the site, you know, to bring that more policy compliant. And in terms of the 106 agreement, I think, again, I've been clear, it's not a criticism of the applicant, but I don't think we're asking for enough. I think it's absolutely at the lower end at $500,000 thereabouts of what is expected in a 106 agreement. And I think it piggybacks far, far too much off the existing development. So I don't think that is reasonable. And I think, you know, it should be opposed for that reason. I'm very disappointed that we haven't seen a reserved matters application without the 91 houses. Yeah, so I hope this is opposed.
Thank you, Councillor Cohn. I'm going to come to Councillor Hoffman.
Thank you. Just to let everyone know, Marley is in Fen Ditton. I live in Fen Ditton. I walk around Marley every day. I'm a Fen Ditton Parish Councillor and a Fen Ditton District Councillor, and I talk to my community every day. So I'm very thankful that I'm allowed to speak for this meeting, but it is on behalf of my residents. I think the extra 91 houses will put an extra pressure on the community. Community development is important. We have a large hall, but majority of the activities tend to be small. I have mentioned that I wasn't happy with the way that the sports pavilion was designed, and what I was going to do is show you a picture. I hope you can see that. As to, it's mainly toilets and changing rooms. I think as part of the community, I agree with Councillor Cohn that we should be asking for more. And what I'm asking for is for a dual purpose space, that the sports pavilion is revisited as part of the S106 extra 91 houses to be dual purpose. I think it would aid security. In other words, the sports pavilion just being football at the weekend is empty the rest of the time. If it was actually the lobby was actually extended so that community people could use it for other things such as, I don't know, a painting club, an adult language class, a children's cub group, all those kind of things, if it was actually additional, if it was actually extended properly. Now, I realise the S106 officers have discussed allowing the allotment buildings to be used for that, but I think this should be on top of. The allotment buildings are beside houses and they might not like night activity. I'm very grateful that we're looking at the parking before in section SO3, but I think we should extend that to see what the extra 91 houses will have an effect on them parking in the rest of the development. So I'd like to see that the double yellow line, so the parking structure is actually extended in that. The developer themselves, as I'm aware, don't have a policy at the moment, but they did want to have a company that would do tickets for people, but without double yellow lines and without signs saying what the rules are, they're not going to know. So just to reiterate, I would like the sports pavilion to be revisited as part of this, as a more usable space for every day of the week, not just for football, which would allow a more attractive facility for the footballers to use. There are only one toilet per changing room, so I think in total there's something like 5 toilets. So if you think about how many people and footballers you're going to have and parents there, I don't think that's sufficient. And I also think it should be accessible from the outside, so lots of muddy boots don't go through the whole system. I think, yes. I also think that looking at the sports pavilion and having double use of it would would encourage less driving for parents to take their children to activities to other parts in Cambridge. And I'd like to thank everybody for allowing me to speak during this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hoffman. Right. For the benefit of members, I think I'll ask firstly Philippa if she would just comment on the, if you're happy to, you can be Kate Poyser if you prefer, that the point that Councillor Cohn made about the fact that this is increased to 1391 and the dwellings per hectare, it's above the outline, not required under the local plan. The density is not compliant across the site, it's 42 rather than 40. And could we be asking for a greater uplift to account for the fact that elsewhere on the site, because of the viability reduction, it is 30% housing, and should this site be accommodating an uplift which would take the whole site up to 40%? I hasten to add that's Councillor Cohn's point, not mine. So, Philippa, would you like to comment on that?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I've got a number of observations to make in response to Councillor Cohn's points. And I think the first thing I would say is concerns about the scheme not going far enough, for example, in terms of affordable housing provision and community provision. It's been assessed against the current 2018 district local plan. And if there are concerns about, for example, affordable housing not being enough, then that is a wider issue in respect of the policy making as opposed to an issue with the application, which does indeed accord with the policy requirements of the local plan.
Can I just, sorry, just the point being that the viability was reduced to 30%, sorry, the delivery was reduced to 30% affordable housing.
Yes, but
under viability. So
if I can just say, that was for the previous scheme.
Exactly.
In this case, this is a full planning application which is considered against the policy context of the current local plan and not the outline parameters which were bound at 30%. So it is indeed making full provision, full compliance with the 40% requirement under the South Cambridgeshire local plan. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying. I would also say with regard to community facility provision, in fact, all the heads of terms, as Kate mentioned in her presentation, have been assessed as acceptable and meeting the relevant SIL tests, being reasonable and appropriate to require them under the terms of this planning application. And then there's a point around density, wasn't there? The density,
because it comes out at 42, not 40.
that's right, that the density is acceptable, housing density, I'm just looking through, would you like to put the slide up? Yes. I think we've got general housing density guidance in the local plan, which is general advice that states that urban extension should achieve an average density of 40 dwellings per hectare, but recognises that alternative densities may be appropriate in particular circumstances. And I think that's really pertinent in this case, because this has been a plan-led approach with a lot of collaborative engagement, as we've heard from the urban design officers. So it's been tested along the lines to ensure that it is appropriate and acceptable in density terms. And I'd also finally like to make the point that in terms of the wider Cambridge East policy within the Cambridge East Area Action Plan, set an aspiration for Cambridge East future growth and recognise that new community sites should be achieving an average net density of at least 50 dwellings per hectare. So I would say that we are comfortable and confident that the density proposed is acceptable and appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Philippa. Right, and then on the other point from Councillor Hoffman about the sports pavilion design and whether we could be asking for more space in the pavilion and dual use in the pavilion to account for the extra dwellings on the site. Perhaps Kate Poyser can answer that.
The requirement for small meeting space for this scheme, it's calculated to be 22 square metres. And an awful lot of discussion took place in negotiating how this might be provided. And we must also bear in mind that a Section 106 agreement is just that, it's an agreement, so we've got to agree it with the applicant, we can't enforce it upon them. But they are required to provide 22 square metres of meeting space. And we did look at a lot of possible places where it might go, and a lot of them were fairly problematic, mostly for the developer. So they have suggested that as the allotment building has a room which is almost exactly those dimensions, the 22 square metres, and there is no requirement to use it as meeting space at present. There is no requirement for that at all. If they open up that building to be allowed as a meeting space, then that would be sufficient to meet their obligations, and indeed it is sufficient to meet their obligations. So it does tick the box. It may be that, you know, people might have their own individual preferences as to how it's provided, but it does it does provide what is required of them. Thank you.
Thank you. I raised this matter myself with Kate Poyser before in a slightly different context. But can I just clarify? Somewhere in the application it says that the room at the allotments was for storage of compost and growing materials somewhere, and I can't remember where I saw that. So are we talking about that same room being used as bookable space?
Yes, we are.
Okay. I'm also, right, hang on, let me just check that we've covered the things that Councillor Hoffman raised. So Councillor Hoffman also raised the issue of the number of toilets which would be available for people attending, you know, the football matches and such that would be going on the plain site. And I do wonder whether 5 toilets is going to be enough, given that 2 of those will likely be for referees and officials at matches. And I think one of them was exterior, but you know, what's
I wondered, yes, if I could just come in on this one and clarify. In the plains, there are two buildings being proposed. One is the allotment building, which will provide storage and toilet and facilities for those using the allotments. And the other one is the sports pavilion, which is a larger building and provides changing rooms and all the facilities that are required for these sporting activities on the plains. And Councillor Hoffman was referring to that she felt wasn't sufficient. Oh, she's shaken her head. Did you want to go back to Councillor Hoffman?
I was just wanting to hear the remainder of what you were saying.
Okay, so we've got those 2 buildings.
Councillor Hoffman, I believe you're posting something on the screen. Could you take it down, please? Whatever it was. So could you turn your camera off, please? Thank you, because you've had your chance to speak and we're now addressing questions through the officer. Thank you very much.
And I think Councillor Hoffman felt that it would be better to provide this meeting space as an extension to the sports pavilion. Yes. That is her preference.
Yes. But the observation was made that whilst not necessarily welcome, the applicants are within their rights and within the terms of the application to deliver this through the building, the allotment building. Is that right?
Actually, my colleague is just sharing some plans of the allotment building. I don't know whether you're able to zoom in on that at all.
Okay, so what are we looking at here?
So we have...
This is the...
Looks like we have a couple of rooms.
These are the floor plans for the allotment building to the northeast of the site, showing a 24 square metre meeting area, accessible toilet, a small lobby, and then a storeroom separate. So
the double door at the left, bottom left, is that that's the storeroom?
Storeroom, yep.
The bit in the middle is the accessible toilet?
Accessible toilet here.
Okay. And the bit at the top is the proposed meeting room?
It's an existing meeting room, but they're proposing to use it for that 22
okay.
Yes,
square
It's
metres.
going to be the bookable space, wasn't it?
Yes.
So, right, okay. As I recall, that does not. Yes, there are some footnotes in it. Okay, that's good. Okay, so the allotment building could provide the 22 square metres of affordable space. Thank you, Lawrence. That's helpful. And that addresses the points that both the local members made. Which means that there would be no obligation to provide extra space in the sports pavilion, regardless of that might be what people might prefer, but there isn't any obligation that could be applied to that.
In providing it at the allotment building, they have met the obligation.
Okay.
I mean, there are several ways it could be provided, but it's a matter of negotiation with the applicant, and after quite lengthy negotiations, this is what we arrived at.
I understand that. And also, the allotment building and the sports pavilion would both have access to the parking that's at the front, wouldn't they?
Yes, yes.
So
the allotment building is further from the parking, but it is still not that far.
Yes, okay, thank you. Councillor Khan. Okay, sorry, just one moment, sorry, I think I might have taken you out of order. I've got Councillor Dr Hawkins and Councillor Smart, and then I'll come to you, Councillor Khan, sorry.
Just to clarify, Chair, are we now in the debate or we're just asking questions? Or can we combine both? I'm sorry, I need to leave at 4. I've got another meeting at 4. Sorry,
the other thing I wanted to raise is that I have asked legal officers and Philippa Kelly if, as a general principle, the relevant applications from the previous, the relevant conditions and informatives from the previous application should also apply to this application, so that we don't have to go through all of that again, because they are effectively, if you remember, the same location, and the one provides the infrastructure for the other. So can I just clarify that? So we don't need to go through all that business about letterboxes and all that stuff that we've done before. With that, I will ask at a point for Philippa Kelly to read those out again so that we know that they're part of this application. But for the time being, Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Chair. Let me start with the issues that the parish councils have raised. Again, I mean, we've got objections from Teversham and Stoke-on-Quay. However, when I look at the objections, I think those really, overdevelopment, lack of green space, etc., those issues have been resolved, space for allotments and everything else. I just wanted to make that point so that, because they're always saying we don't listen to them, parish councils, we are listening to them, we are considering the issues. And as far as I'm concerned, those issues that they have raised are being addressed or have been addressed. In terms of the fact that this is an additional 91 dwellings, I consider this as a windfall. I mean, in our local plan, we make space for windfall sites. And this is a site that already has the principle of development, and it's in a situation, in a position that we've discussed, for most of the day. The 7%, 91 is 7% increase on the 1,300. Whether or not that is a big issue, I don't think it is personally, because we have, talked through the day about increasing facilities and space and everything else. So in my view, whilst I hear the local members, I think this is a benefit because we now have, a situation where, yes, there's additional 36 affordable houses coming in, which helps to bring the list of those who are on the housing list down. It's a benefit, as I see. It's not just that, it's all the other contributions in the S106 that we're going to be getting. So the benefits of having this, in my view, outweighs the potential harm of higher density, 42 dph versus 40 dph. I'm an engineer. It's still within margins of error. And I think the design has been done well. There's no objections from our statutory consultees. This is a good design, folks, in my view. And I'll be supporting this if I'm still here.
Thank you very
before
much.
4. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Smart and then Councillor Khan.
Right, so I think, I appreciate that officers work hard with applicants to get the best outcome we can before it even comes anywhere near committee, so that's a given. But I do appreciate the points that the Speaker has made, both in terms of the policy compliant size of 40 dwellings per hectare and also being 42 now, and also the size of the pavilion. I think that's a good point. It's being too small, I think I concur with the Speaker there. But, the thing is, it's the amenity of future occupiers that's of concern here. And I'm afraid the margin of error point by this previous Speaker is totally inappropriate, because you don't accidentally build 91 homes. It's you either do it or you don't do it. But the main point I wanted to make is to do with affordable housing, again. So, just to be clear, there's a couple of points I want to make, is what's proposed here is 40% affordable housing, which is policy compliant with South Cambs policy. So my first question is, why is that? Why are you doing 40%? Why is the applicant doing 40% here, whereas they couldn't do 40% on the previous application on the same site? by
Chair,
settling...
I'm sorry, Chair, I need to
Councillor
interrupt
Smart,
here.
can
Why
I-
are we
can I
going
just-
over an old ground here?
Sorry, can I just point out, as Kate Poyser explained, this is a full application. It's not a reserved matters application. It's a new full application which is in compliance with the South Kent District Council local plan, which requires 40% affordable housing. That is why it's different to the last one.
I've been taught, haven't I? I feel as if I've been a naughty boy or something. So these houses are all intermingled with the previous applications, so I think I have a fair point, common sense-wise, if nothing else. So why is it 40% affordable housing? So further to that, what isn't given in this report, but was given in the previous report we did, is the makeup of that 40%. So is it 70% affordable and 30% shared ownership, as would be policy compliant, or not? Because that's not stated. And my other thing is, what else? Yeah, so it was given as 100 litres per household water usage. I've seen various figures knocking around over the last few months of 99 litres, even 80 litres. So is 100 the best we could manage from the applicant? I presume so. Thank you very much.
Right, can we just, I'm going to cut this one short. 1412 on page 248 explains the affordable housing tenure mix is for 70% affordable rent, which equates to 25 units, and 30% intermediate housing, which equates to 11 units and is therefore policy compliant. I'm not going to take any further questions on that. The 100%, the 100 litres, I don't quite know what the question is about that, but we've asked that people are, that's what we've agreed on the previous application. Do you want to come in, Philippa?
On water efficiency, officers are now striving to achieve better than the 110 litres per person per day that the local plan provides for. So what we're seeing is sort of almost like a range now of offers that we're accepting, be it 89 or 90, which you might have seen, or 100. We're satisfied that this that's being proposed is the best that the applicant could deliver under the circumstances without having to sort of review the scheme and make changes to the scheme. And because we've accepted 100 elsewhere on other schemes, it would be unreasonable not to accept 100 here.
Okay, very much. Okay, so Councillor Smart.
So I presume I'm not getting an answer to my first question? Why?
I explained, I think. You mean about the affordable housing provision?
I asked why it was 40%.
Because that's compliant with the local plan. And this is a full application. So it is in compliance with the local plan. Yes, Councillor? Sorry, Ms. Smith.
As a full planning application, it falls to be considered under the 2018 local plan and not the outline consent, whereas the previous scheme was a reserved matters application that was judged and assessed against the previous outline approval. Just a subtle change in planning.
Councillor Porritt? Oh, Councillor Khan. Yep.
I was just going to comment. I understand the concern about the communal room, and I just wondered whether the issue about this communal room being this communal room is provided for the 91 properties in this planning application. There, it's got to serve them. It's not got to serve the whole development. That's the one that's required the space, as I understand it.
The 91 additional houses have required additional provision of
22
space.
square metres of local, yes.
But it's not
space.
just for their purposes,
No,
it's for the purposes of the whole community.
But it will be a long way away on the
Well, yes.
And I wonder whether that's a factor. The obvious place location for would be on somewhere like the community garden, which is close to the houses for which it's been provided for. I just wondered whether that was an issue, a criterion or an issue that will be relevant, or whether we just have to consider the development as a whole. I just wonder what the officer's view on that.
If I may, I asked the case officer about this, and I said it would be good to have community provision in the western end of the development, because there's obviously the hangar building already on the eastern end, and this is provision on the eastern end. But of course there is in the Austin building, if you remember, it was explained that the Austin building would include a cafe. So although this is not bookable space, it is at least a place where people can go and meet and, you know, chat about whatever they want to. So it's, and also the other point is it will be managed as part of the management arrangements for that building. So there is a sense to it.
So that's what I wanted to find out. I was trying to work out the logic behind it and whether that logic could take place.
Okay.
It sounds as though we are going to be on a difficulty actually insisting upon this other area.
We observe that the 22 square metres is their obligation, and that is how they're proposing to deliver it. Sorry, can I just clarify? Councillor Cohn is leaving. Thank you for your contribution, Councillor Cohn. I had asked whether there was any flexibility in using any of the commercial space in the ground floor of the Austin building, which is currently allocated as cafe. I wondered if there was any flexibility to use any of that space as a community space rather than this provision, which is right over on the eastern side. And I understand the case officer has had some considerable discussion with the agent about that. Can I just ask the agent to comment on that at all?
I think probably just a quick bit of background. So as it's been explained, we're committing to additional community space in accordance with what the requirements are, this 22 square metres. Previous discussions over the last sort of year or so have identified numerous ways of dealing with that. The allotment building being one, the sports pavilion foyer, which is actually a bigger size, which we are in favour. We could also accommodate if deemed acceptable. But I think the communities officer was of the view that that wouldn't be acceptable. The communities officer has been happy with the allotment building. As you say, there is also then accommodation proposed on the ground floor of the Austin building for commercial space. That hasn't been put forward under the previous application as community space. But I think from our point of view, we've agreed a position with officers. The heads of terms have moved forward on that basis. So I guess I'm trying to sort of navigate my way through this sort of understanding is the allotment acceptable or not? Because we have an agreed position with officers on this. Now, outside of planning, or what I would just say actually, because I've taken this commitment away from meeting Carla Hoffman last week, outside the lens of the 106 and planning, I've given a commitment to Carla to go away and look at if the sports pavilion foyer, in addition to what we're discussing today, could also accommodate in the future as part of the management of that building as being bookable space as well, if you like, as an additional provision over and above what the planning requires. I obviously can't confirm that today, but in principle, I'm struggling to see any reason why I wouldn't be able to accommodate that.
Well, that's very encouraging. Can you just give me I'm just trying to get my head around the relative sizes. The 22 square metres that we were shown at the allotment building, what is the sort of space that you're envisaging that might be used as bookable space at the pavilion?
Just for context, the foyer building on the floor plans, I think that was shared earlier, is listed as 39 square metres. So not quite, but it's not far off double the size of the allotment meeting room. But just to be clear, we would happily secure, as we have done already in the 106, the allotment space, bookable. That's the commitment. But in addition to that, we are looking at whether we can find additional bookable space for Marley as well. And that's, as I say, that could be the sports pavilion foyer. And then looking at maybe other things within the hangar building and beyond. But as I say, I think we've got a compliant position in front of you today, but you have a commitment from us to explore if there will be further provision in addition.
Thank you very much. Let me just have a word with the officer. I think I'm happy that you do that. This is what we have in front of us and this is what we'll be deciding on, but with the undertaking that you will look at it with officers to see if there's any additional community space that can be bookable so that there is provision for extra activities. Because, there might be art classes, language, first aid, safety, mother and baby, all sorts of things that could be accommodated in those two buildings. And I'm not going to press you on the community space at the West End, although I would have liked to see that. Right, just before we go on into further discussion, could I just ask Philippa to go through the conditions that we agreed on the previous application to remind us what would be applicable here that will carry over into this, because if you remember, these are interlinked. They're the same location. So can we just be reminded of what we've
certainly,
agreed?
Chair. I've looked through what we agreed under the last Reserved Matters application in terms of additional conditions and informatives, and it looks like we can pull forward onto this full application members' request that under the EV charging condition we look at consideration of EV provision for active EV provision for the apartments. And then I'd also suggest an additional condition to restrict conversion of dwellings to houses in multiple occupation. And then an informative in respect of letterbox accessibility and heights, and then downpipes for apartments. And I think that is all that can be carried over.
Okay, thank you very much. So,
Katie's got a hand up.
Yeah, okay, just bear with me. Okay, and so Katie Porrer, Councillor Porrer.
Thank you. I just want to check, the water bucks doesn't seem to be in this one, but it was in the other one. Unless I'm wrong, I'll have to stand correct, because obviously, given that they're being built to the same standards and the same design, I would like to carry forward the water butt condition as well as the... Yes, oh, brilliant. Okay, that's fantastic. I agree with the Chair and the developer that it would be really useful to investigate, potentially through the S106 if you can, but if not informally, about having some additional space in the West End. That's very welcome. I noticed, I think Teversham mentioned schooling allocation, so I just wanted to check whether the officer's happy that there isn't a need for more schooling allocation. And I'm really intrigued as well that apparently we need no burial space and no ambulances. This is obviously a good place to live, because you're not going to be going to hospital or die. So I just wondered why that was considered not reasonable for the SIL test. Given
Sorry,
that
where was
presumably
it? Can I just ask, where did you find that?
It's page 260 and 61. It just says not agreed, not relevant to the community infrastructure levy, which slightly intrigued me, because there are 91 new residences, which unfortunately does bring with it health and bereavement issues. So,
Yes.
so it's just the schooling, the burial, and the ambulances.
Yeah, yes.
So the burial...
Burial space, no intended location.
Well, that's it. I mean, if we're going to ask for the money, we need to know what we're going to do with it. So we were unable to provide a location. It was just a sum that was calculated using the policy. But if you can't actually provide it, you don't have somewhere in mind, then it's not actually going to... It's not going to be compliant with Regulation 122, which sets out how you deal with Section 106 agreements.
Can I just ask a further question on that? This will, initially at least, be in the parish of Fenditton. Would it not be appropriate to offer that £210 to Fenditton towards burial space, which is likely to be there for initially at least?
Well, I can only go on the advice from the community development section. They were unable to advise me where the money would be provided, where the extra space or the land would be provided.
Just to clarify, if there isn't a defined sort of area to spend the money or a project to hold it against, it would then fail one of the tests against which the planning officer, Kate, has assessed whether it's reasonable to ask the developer to contribute towards. So it falls away on those grounds that it's not SIL compliant, SIL test compliant.
Is that the same for ambulance and things? I can't imagine we must not be able, we're not going to run out of ambulances. We could buy a new one.
The ambulance request was also not SIL compliant in that they weren't just looking at infrastructure, they were looking at how they operate and money towards their operation, a whole load of things that wouldn't be SIL compliant.
In what way is it not SIL not requiring those things?
Well, if, for example, they would get funds from elsewhere towards it, or if it's part of the maintenance, for example, or part of the actual running of an ambulance station. And because it's off-site provision, so they weren't looking for anything on-site. And they hadn't got a firm view as to where they were going to provide an additional space. And they had a list of things that you can't ask for money towards under the SIL regulations.
Regrettable, but that's the way it is. Okay, so can I just ask then, on page 263, under the S106 agreement, it's vary the trigger point for the phase 3 recreation works to the 1,350th occupation. Why is that so late? Because it's not clear to me whether this is now being delayed until after all of the houses have been delivered or occupied, but that's surely we need recreation before all of the houses. We need recreation.
I think that needs clarifying.
Yeah.
There's no proposal to change existing recreation triggers within the Section 106 agreement. Yeah. This only relates to the new dwellings or the new recreational requirements in the new obligation.
But does that mean that, for example, the extra 2 junior football pitches and the tennis courts will not be delivered until the 1,350th occupation? Lawrence might be able to help on this, Kate. Or Kate first.
No, it's the new obligations would not be provided until 1,350th occupation. Not for the whole of phase 3. I think there's going to be given new phases.
So does that mean these, as I said before, does that mean that the additional 2 junior football pitches and the 3 tennis courts won't be delivered until the whole place is occupied?
Yes.
Just to clarify, that's just the football pitches. The tennis courts are to be provided as originally outlined in the Section 106. So that 1,350th occupancy trigger is purely for those 2, the 2 additional
for the
play
2
pitches.
Additional junior football. So we'll still have the 2 adult pitches and the 3 juniors.
Yeah, and 3 tennis courts.
Extra ones won't, and the 3 tennis courts, but we won't have the extra 2 junior pitches until you've got full occupation.
Half of the 91 uplift delivered. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Right. I can't see anybody else requesting to speak. So I think, Philippa, can you just summarise where we are then, what we're about to be voting on? So the recommendation, sorry, what I should just say is it was important that we should look at all these 5 applications today because they are so interlinked. And I've valued the input from the local members and I've valued all of your questions. So this has been important to do this. And thank you to the officers for encouraging us to look at them in this order. So with that, I'll hand over to Philippa.
Thank you, Chair. So your recommendation is on page 267 of your agenda. It's a recommendation to approve this full planning application 23-04936 FUL, subject to the planning conditions and informatives as detailed in section 29 of the officer report, with updated amendments as follows. On the amendment sheet, you'll see an update to condition 20, which is the Clerk of Works condition. That's been split into 2 with an additional landscape monitoring and completion work condition, which is a new condition 49. Amendment to condition 29, which is EV charging, to look at consideration of EV provision for apartments to be active EV provision. An additional condition to restrict the conversion of dwellings to houses in multiple occupation, and 2 additional informatives, one in relation to letterbox accessibility and heights, and the other in relation to downpipes in apartments, with delegated authority to officers to carry through minor amendments to those conditions and informatives and include others considered appropriate and necessary, and the prior completion of a planning obligation by deed under section 106 and 106A as appropriate to secure the necessary modifications to the 2016 agreement to release those obligations no longer required as a consequence of the approval of this proposal, and to the new planning obligations specified in this report, with delegated authority given to officers to include other relevant planning obligations necessary to make the proposal acceptable in planning terms, and to negotiate, settle and complete such planning obligation in consultation with the Chair and Vice Chair of JDCC.
Thank you, Philippa. And that includes also the officers' negotiation with the agents with regard to possible alternative locations for community space. Thank you. So, all in favour of that recommendation, those recommendations? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's all of us. Thank you very much. So, none against and no abstentions. Thank you very much, members, for your time today. It's just coming up to 4 o'clock. We've had a long do of it. Thank you. Councillor Hawkins.
Thanks to Katie for all the work that she's done as well with the applicants. Thank you for working together with our planning team. Appreciate it. Thank you.
And indeed, thank you very much. I'd like to also express my appreciation to both Lawrence and to Katie for the work they've done, both in the reports, which have been eminently clear and have helped us understand our way around it, in a complex situation. And thank you all for your contributions. Thank you very much indeed. I'll call the matter.